In the past, before her ascension, the Ice Soul Fairy used a great magical power to seal Ice Abyss Island for 100 years, forcing our lineage to avoid the small extreme palace's cultivators. But now, with so many years past and the matter of ascending to the spirit world at stake, I suppose there's no choice but to act. Brother Chi, you spent considerable effort cultivating this avatar. Aren't you worried about potential losses? The silver-robed woman spoke calmly, her demeanor completely unruffled. Haha, as you said, Fairy Feng, this matter is of great importance. If we can obtain accurate information, any loss is acceptable to me. I just didn't expect that the most likely remaining spatial node in the human realm would be within the space crack torn open by the small extreme palace's void spirit hall. Had I not sent people to investigate multiple times to confirm this, I wouldn't have acted rashly. After all, the small extreme palace is not weak and cannot be easily destroyed, the boy said with a strange laugh. Indeed, only in a space crack large enough to accommodate the void spirit hall could a spatial node remain stable. Brother Chi mentioned that other locations have been searched without any results. If this attempt also yields nothing, what are your plans? The silver-robed woman asked with flashing eyes. It's simple. Continue searching for the spatial node. Ancient cultivators could find it back then, so why can't we? It will just take longer, the boy said coldly after a moment of silence. But our time is running short. I hear you are a descendant of some ancient monster from the spirit world, possessing incredible powers and a lifespan longer than ordinary beasts. Yet, so many years have passed, and you likely have had to seal your true body using secret techniques to extend your lifespan, just like me. Since you know this, Fairy Feng, why ask? The boy's face darkened as if a sore spot had been touched. But such self-deceptive methods can't last forever. I recently received news from the 5 Dragon Sea that the old white deer has passed away. He was also a descendant of a spirit beast from ancient times, usually not using his true form unless absolutely necessary. Yet even with these precautions, he couldn't escape the cycle of life and death. The silver-robed woman sighed, looking towards the distant forbidden array with a hint of melancholy in her eyes. So if we can confirm the spatial node's location, I will take the risk no matter the danger. If Taoist White is willing, we could join forces, the boy said, his eyes glinting. Let's wait until Brother Chi finds the spatial node first. The small extreme palace is not so easily broken, the silver-robed woman replied noncommittally. Rest assured, Fairy Feng. In the past, our myriad demons valley attacked the small extreme palace alone and broke through their ice city several times, forcing the human cultivators to retreat to the void spirit hall. With your help this time, it will be even easier. However, after they tear through space to escape using the void spirit hall, we will need your divine powers, the old man said solemnly. Don't worry. Our Ice Phoenix clan naturally possesses the ability to tear through space. We won't disappoint you, the silver-robed woman smiled faintly. At this time, the other transformed beasts nearby listened intently to the three's conversation, but dared not interrupt. They seemed to have forgotten how to speak. Just as the boy was about to say something else, his face suddenly changed, and he looked into the distance. The old man and the silver-robed woman also sensed something and looked in the same direction. They all felt an astonishingly powerful spiritual pressure suddenly rise from the white fog, rapidly spreading. The next moment, a bell sound resembling both a dragon's roar and a tiger's growl rolled across the sky. The ice sea beasts around the ice phoenix changed expressions, some even stumbling. The myriad demons' valley's beasts were unaffected, looking at the ice sea beasts with confusion. The silver-robed woman, a level 10 beast herself, was unfazed by the bell sound, but she exclaimed in shock and anger. The sea suppression bell, our ice sea clan's ancestral treasure, truly fell into the ice soul fairy's hands. The old man and the boy exchanged glances, both showing surprise. However, the bell's impact on the ice sea beasts was fleeting. After suffering a minor setback, they unleashed their demonic energy and defensive treasures, quickly minimizing the bell's effect. They were only slightly dizzy, almost negligible. Seeing this, the silver-robed woman regained her composure, but then seemed to think of something. Her figure blurred, and she transformed into a mass of crystalline light, shooting into the sky. The light exploded, scattering into countless fine threads that disappeared into the void. After a while, the light reconverged, and the woman gently landed on the ice mountain, her face ashen. "What happened, Fairy Feng? Why did you exhaust yourself using the great searching God technique?" The old man asked slowly, frowning. "The small extreme palace is using the sea suppression bell while sending numerous cultivators to massacre our lower-level ice sea members. Though I only sensed a small area, many have already been slain," the silver-robed woman said coldly, her eyes icy. "Is that so? I've heard of a treasure that paralyzes ice-attributed beasts, making them unable to move. Could this be the sea suppression bell? How did it end up in human hands?" the boy mused. "It's nothing much. It's just a replica of a spiritual treasure. Beasts above level 8 are barely affected and can resist with their own power. But those below level 8 are greatly threatened. It disappeared when the ice soul fairy sealed our island," the silver-robed woman sighed, quickly regaining her composure. "It seems the ice soul fairy left this to counter your ice sea clan. What are your plans now? Should we send someone to rescue your people?" the old man asked, stroking his beard. "No need. The bell's effect lasts only as long as an incense stick. By the time we arrive, the human cultivators will have retreated. Even if all our lower-level members are killed, it won't affect our overall strength. However, I will remember this grudge. When we breach the small, extreme palace, none of their lower-level cultivators should be spared," the silver-robed woman said coldly, a murderous intent in her eyes. The ice sea beasts around her responded in unison. "Good, let's begin breaking the array. Though our lower-level forces might not arrive in time, our myriad demons' valley's forces are still intact. Once the cold dissipates, they will join us. But first, we must break this array," the boy laughed, Then his face turned serious, chanting an incantation. A mass of black energy emerged from his mouth, transforming into a grayish banner floating before him. Seeing this banner, the silver-robed woman's heart stirred, and she focused her attention. The banner, about 6 inches long, was shrouded in gray light. Though only palm-sized, it was covered with countless shadows of demonic creatures, silent yet menacing. Could this be your myriad demon's banner? The silver-robed woman asked after a moment. Fairy Feng has sharp eyes. Indeed, it is. Soaked in demonic energy for countless years, its power is unimaginable. Though I can't fully unleash its power due to being an avatar, with your help, we can break this array in a few days, the boy said proudly. Rubbing his hands, he cast a gray spell on the banner. Gray light flickered, and the banner spun, the shadows on it swaying wildly, becoming even denser. Seeing this, the silver-robed woman nodded, then ordered the beasts around her to rise into the sky, releasing clouds and treasures. The old man also gave orders, and the myriad demons' valleys beasts shot into the sky, casting spells and summoning treasures. For a moment, demonic winds howled, covering half the sky. The boy laughed wildly, then his face tightened, chanting continuously. The banner in front of him expanded, growing into a massive flag over 100 zhang tall, resembling a pillar supporting the sky. The shadows on it also grew, swirling and restless. "Go," the boy shouted. The banner roared, releasing countless demonic creatures wrapped in various energies, flooding towards the white mist. The beasts in the sky also swept down like a tide. Almost simultaneously, dozens of figures appeared in the cold mist, casting spells to meet the oncoming demonic flood. In an instant, a great battle commenced. As the fierce battle outside the Xiaoji Palace commenced, inside the whirlwind within the rubble of Xuanyu Cave, a half-zhang-sized purple lotus, Hanli sat with his hands forming seals, and a thin wisp of purple flame was injected into a giant light sphere not far ahead. Apart from Han Li's purple radiant extreme fire, the light sphere was also hit by 3 strands of black, white, yellow, and green cold flames, emitted by the old woman and the others sitting on other lotuses. However, at this time, including Han Li, all 5 seemed mentally exhausted, their faces slightly pale. On the surface of the light sphere in the middle of the formation, various colored flames flowed erratically, and inside, a human figure could be faintly seen sitting cross-legged. This person was about a zhang tall, with an exceptionally large build, seemingly not the cold lapis venerable. Upon closer inspection of his face, he appeared to be a robust cultivator in his 30s, but his facial features bore a striking resemblance to the original cold lapis venerable, as if the latter had suddenly become decades younger, returning to his prime. This was indeed a bizarre sight. The robust man, bare-chested and muscular, had several short blades with dazzling silver light embedded halfway into critical points such as his shoulders, chest, back of the neck, and abdomen, but no blood flowed from the wounds. The most striking thing was that the man had his eyes slightly closed, and several small light insects of various colors were burrowing in and out of his body, as if his body was their nest. Every time a small insect burrowed in, the man's body would shudder, and his face would show signs of immense pain, as if he was enduring great torment. However, if one focused carefully, one would be surprised to find that these so-called small insects were actually condensed and transformed from various extreme cold flames. Each time a light insect burrowed in and out, its size would shrink slightly. But when the insect shrank to a certain extent, it would pop and disintegrate into nothingness, and a wisp of flame of the same color would immediately fly out from the outer light sphere, condensing into another light insect nearby, which would then burrow into the robust man's body again. This process repeated endlessly. At this time, if a cultivator could see through the robust man's body, they would be astonished to find that in his dantian, a 3-inch tall nascent soul resembling the robust man was forming seals with its hands, covered in layers of blue ice flames. However, the light insects burrowing into his body seemed oblivious to the blue flames, directly bypassing them and burrowing into the nascent soul's slightly open nose, and then emerging from its mouth moments later, before burrowing out of the robust man's body again. The nascent soul's expression was emotionless, but the blue flames on its body flickered mysteriously, sometimes dimming and sometimes brightening. After an unknown period, the robust man shuddered violently and suddenly opened his eyes. The cold flames that Han Li and others had been emitting seemed to receive a signal, as their hand seals changed almost simultaneously, and the various colored flames hovering on the light sphere immediately recoiled, while the lotuses beneath them dissipated. They then began to take elixirs or pull out spirit stones to recover. Such a scene had been repeated over a dozen times in the past few days. Each session drained their magic power significantly, but fortunately, they were all wealthy individuals. With various elixirs and spirit stones, they could fully recover in half a day. Seeing Han Li and the others retract their cold flames, the robust man sitting cross-legged in the light sphere closed his eyes again, as if entering meditation. Time passed slowly, and the old woman suddenly opened her eyes, gazing at the robust man in the light sphere, and sighed deeply. I truly admire Taoist Hanley. He can endure the pain of 5 flames cleansing the marrow. Although we controlled the power of the cold flames, the pain is still excruciating. It seems Hanley must be practicing some special body tempering technique. Otherwise, his body would have collapsed long ago. This endurance is not just about strong divine sense. Madam Long, you are indeed insightful. Senior brother Hanley did practice a body-tempering secret technique in his early years, making his body far tougher than ordinary cultivators. The middle-aged man in green robe opened his eyes and said with a slight smile, "No wonder. We have used the cold flames to cleanse Taoist Hanley's marrow several times now, fully unleashing his potential. I estimate that his body and nascent soul have reached their limits. It's just a matter of breaking through in the next couple of days, the monk in gray robes said solemnly. However, the Xuanyu cold qi in the formation seems insufficient. We need to pause the formation and replenish it from outside, Han Li said nonchalantly. Oh, I didn't expect Taoist Han to understand this secret technique so thoroughly, even noticing this. Yes, it's indeed necessary to gather the surrounding Xuanyu cold qi before breaking through. A vigorous voice filled with surprise came from the light sphere. Hanley's heart tightened as he looked towards the voice. Cold Lappy's Venerable, now standing up, slowly rose from the milky white cold light. The 5 short blades previously embedded in his body had disappeared without a trace, and there were no visible wounds. Combined with his youthful and smiling face, he appeared quite enigmatic. It's nothing. I was just guessing. Han Li responded nonchalantly, giving a light laugh. Oh, then, having observed until now, what do you think are the chances of my breakthrough, Taoist Han? Does it differ from my own estimations? Cold Lappy's Venerable asked, taking a blue robe from his storage pouch and draping it over his body. You must be joking, Taoist. This secret technique is your creation. How could I predict better than you? Han Li replied lightly, his expression unchanged. Cold Lappy's Venerable laughed heartily and said nothing more. Floating in the air, he flicked his fingers, sending several magic seals into the surrounding light curtain, which then disappeared. Immediately, the formation around them emitted a strange hum and stopped. The 5 light pillars vanished instantly, and Han Li and the others descended from the void. Without the light curtain and the outer whirlwind, the milky white cold light once again swept towards them. However, they were prepared, and cold flames emerged from their bodies to shield themselves. Over the next day, I will make some adjustments to the formation and gather more cold qi. During this time, I hope you will rest well. By this time tomorrow, I will need your help to break through. If successful, I will keep my previous promises, Cold Lappy's Venerable said earnestly, stretching his tall body and bowing slightly to Han Li and the others. Rest assured, Taoist. Since we agreed to this, we will do our best. Besides, this secret technique might also be useful for us in the future, the old woman laughed. If I am fortunate enough to reach late nascent soul, this method might be a chance for us as well, the gray-robed monk said unhurriedly. Hanley merely nodded slightly, saying nothing. However, Cold Lappy's Venerable seemed satisfied with their responses. After thanking them loudly, he began adjusting the formation. Han Li and the other 2 returned to the stone house, made of sun essence stone, to rest. Although they had recovered their magic power, manipulating the extreme cold flames for several days had greatly exhausted their divine sense, and they indeed needed a good rest. A day passed quickly. When Han Li and the others stepped out of the stone house again, Cold Lappy's Venerable was already meditating within the cold qi cluster in the formation. The milky white cold cluster had grown several times larger than the previous day. It seemed he had been very diligent. As Han Li was about to carefully examine the changes in the formation, he suddenly heard an exclamation from the monk, who seemed surprised and puzzled. Han Li turned to look and saw the monk gazing upwards with a strange expression. His expression changed slightly as he followed the monk's gaze. The previously visible entrance had disappeared, and the giant cauldron used to open the passage was nowhere to be seen. Taoist Hanley, what's the meaning of this? The old woman, unable to contain herself, looked around warily. Ha, no need to worry, Taoists. I temporarily closed the entrance to avoid any disturbances during the breakthrough. Also, I need to use the power of the Kyanlin cauldron, Cold Lappy's Venerable said calmly from within the cold cluster. I see. The monk and the old woman exchanged a glance looking hesitant, while Han Li narrowed his eyes, gazing at the sky in silence. The atmosphere in the cave became tense. It seems I was inconsiderate, making you uneasy. I will not use the cauldron. Although the entrance will remain closed, I will place the Kyanlin cauldron at the entrance. Does this ease your concerns? Cold Lappy's Venerable said warmly. He then waved his sleeve, and a blue flame-wrapped small cauldron shot into the sky, stopping several hundred zhang above, beneath the entrance. Seeing this, Han Li and the others felt somewhat relieved, knowing the cauldron was far from Cold Lappy's Venerable's control. The old woman relaxed, laughing dryly. Taoist, you overthink. We just found it odd. Let's help you break through. She then flew into the formation without waiting for a response. Brother Han, what do you think? Although Taoist Hanley has some valid points, I still have some concerns. To be cautious, how about you and I move forward together? As for Taoist Long, I understand she has some ties with the Xiaoji Palace, so we should be careful, the gray-robed monk transmitted to Han Li. Han Li's heart tightened, his eyes shifted, and he glanced sideways at the monk who was smiling slightly at him. As he quickly pondered the truth of the monk's words, a loud rumble suddenly came from the void spirit hall above the Xuanyu cave, causing the entire cave to tremble as if struck by a strong force. Everyone's faces changed. If they were at the top of the Xiaoji Palace's giant mountain, they would see a giant ice phoenix, about 30 zhang long and as white as jade, circling outside the mountain's protective light screen. With a flap of its wings, a gust of cold wind swept through, condensing 100 zhang ice mountain from thin air. The phoenix then released the ice mountain from its claws, causing it to crash onto the light screen with a thunderous roar. Countless white beams of light flashed and burst. The previously solid light screen twisted bizarrely, but ultimately did not break. Even so, the giant mountain trembled under the impact, and some less sturdy buildings on the mountain crumbled and collapsed. This giant phoenix was the transformed, silver-robed woman. Infuriated by the loss of low-level Ice Sea Demon clan members, she, being a cold attribute heavenly spirit beast, disregarded the outer ice-cold barrier array and tore through space to attack the Xiaoji Palace's protective barrier. Her sneak attack caused chaos among the cultivators within the mountain, but the high-level cultivators of the Zyooji Palace were not about to let her continue her assault. As the demon phoenix's white light flashed and began to condense another ice mountain, a silver rainbow and a ball of white light flew out from the light screen below, revealing Bai Yai and the gray-haired elder. Before they got close, Bai Yai gave a delicate shout, and two silver flying swords slashed towards the phoenix. The gray-haired elder's face darkened as he rubbed his hands together, releasing a crystal-clear jade bottle from his sleeve that grew larger in the wind. The bottle glowed with spiritual light, emitting a roaring sound from its mouth, making it seem extraordinarily mysterious. Seeing this, the phoenix's pale green eyes flashed, and with a sudden flap of its wings, it summoned more than 10 giant ice spears, each over 10 zhang long, which shot towards the two. The gray-haired elder snorted coldly, making a gesture with his hands. The jade bottle trembled, spewing out more than 10 streams of black and white light, which wrapped around the ice spears in a flash. It was unclear what magic the light had, but the ice spears shrank rapidly upon contact, turning into chopstick-sized sticks before being sucked into the jade bottle by the black and white light. The phoenix's eyes flashed with surprise, but without hesitation, it transformed into a boundless snowstorm, enveloping the two in an overwhelming attack. Bai Yai and the gray-haired elder were not to be outdone, and their silver rainbow and black-and-white aura met the phoenix head-on. The top of the mountain echoed with rumbling sounds as wind and snow collided with spiritual light. However, curiously, the beautiful woman and other elders of the Zyooji Palace did not appear to assist, likely busy managing the protective formations or engaging other high-level demon beasts. While the battle raged outside, Han Li and others inside the Xuanyu cave in the Void Spirit Hall felt its impact and exchanged worried glances. Even the usually calm, cold Lapis Venerable looked at the cave entrance with a serious expression. It seems the demons have indeed started their assault. In this case, we can't open the entrance lightly. Any disturbance during a critical moment could ruin everything. I still intend to borrow your strength to resist the demons, and I assure you I will do nothing to harm you, the Zyooji Palace's Grand Elder said gravely, with a hint of determination. Taoist Hanley, we understand your concern. But if we help you break through and you succeed while we are severely weakened, the balance would tip unfavorably. Being in such a closed space would make us uneasy. Even with our ties to your palace, we cannot trust our lives to mere words, the monk said slowly. I can't blame you for being cautious. I would feel the same. But what solution do you propose? Cold Lapis Venerable asked helplessly. How about you let us temporarily keep the Kyanlin cauldron? Once this matter is resolved, we will return it to you. This way we can assist you without worry, the monk suggested, his eyes gleaming. This proposal startled Han Li and the old woman, but soon made them realize the monk's reasoning. Good idea, Han Li agreed. The old woman, also nodded slowly after some thought. The green-robed, middle-aged man's face changed, and he couldn't help but protest, Master Moji. This is inappropriate. The Kyanlin cauldron is crucial for cultivating the Kyanlin ice flame. How can it fall into others' hands? We're only temporarily keeping it and will return it before leaving. There's no intention to keep it. Aoyang, you're overthinking. The usually amiable monk now spoke firmly. But the green-robed man started to argue, but cold Lappy's venerable interrupted. Enough, Aoyang. Master Moji's words make sense. Very well, I agree. But who among you will keep the cauldron? This question made Han Li pause and look at the others. The monk and the old woman did the same, momentarily silent. Since Master Moji suggested it, he should keep it. I trust him, the old woman said. After a brief consideration, Han Li nodded as well. Since you trust me, I will keep it temporarily. The monk agreed solemnly. Seeing the decision made, cold Lappy's venerable wasted no time. He pointed at the small cauldron in the sky, and its blue flames withdrew as it descended slowly. The monk waved his sleeve, and a green light shot out, enveloping the cauldron and temporarily securing it. Han Li then transformed into a streak of light and flew to the purple light pillar. Through previous observation, he had understood most of the secret technique, but needed to witness the final breakthrough to fully grasp it. Although he was uneasy about the sealed cave, his confidence in his abilities made him unafraid. Even if cold Lappy's venerable succeeded in reaching the deity transformation stage, he wouldn't be a threat before stabilizing his realm. Moreover, the restrictions on the deity transformation stage in the human world were mentioned in a jade slip left by Linglong, which eased his concerns. For safety, he discreetly summoned his true yang fire, hiding it under a pile of rubble. The others were unaware of this move. The monk then smiled and flew up, followed by the others. Cold Lappy's venerable swiftly activated the formation again, surrounding them with glowing light and a white whirlwind. Han Li, carefully observing, noticed subtle differences in the formation's spiritual energy fluctuations compared to before, analyzing them silently. Let's begin. If I succeed, I won't forget your help, cold Lappy's venerable said from the white cold light, laughing lowly. He then made a gesture, and his blue ice flames turned a deep azure, mesmerizingly beautiful. Wow, I didn't expect Taoist Hanley's Kyanlin ice flame to be refined to such an extent. This must be the pinnacle of cold flames in our world, the old woman murmured in envy. Is this the fully refined extreme cold flame? Han Li thought, observing cold Lappy's venerable intently. The others began to sit cross-legged, their light lotuses expanding beneath them. Han Li calmly sat down and activated his technique. Various cold flames appeared around them, but this time, instead of acting immediately, they began chanting low incantations. The light lotuses grew larger, doubling in size, and the cold flames on them shone brightly, growing stronger. Han Li felt a slight heat, as if bathed in sunlight, fully activating his purple radiant extreme fire. The master of Hanley, who resided within the icy flames, suddenly slapped his forehead with one hand. With a muffled groan, a ball of blue light enveloping a few-inch-tall nascent soul slowly floated out from his physical body. This nascent soul sat cross-legged, forming hand seals with both hands, but it wore a thumb-sized jade plaque around its neck, emitting a faint silver glow, its type of treasure unknown. As soon as the nascent soul left the body and rose about a zhang high, it took a breath and then exhaled, spitting out a ball of blue flame. This flame was the true essence of the Qianlin icy flame, refined by the master of Hanley over centuries of arduous cultivation. Now the flame spun around and transformed into an exceptionally bright blue wheel of light, eerily appearing beneath the nascent soul. Supporting it, the wheel slowly ascended and flew out of the milky white cold sphere. Upon seeing the nascent soul leave the body, Han Li and the others did not hesitate. They all pointed a finger at the distant light sphere, and immediately strands of extremely cold flames shot out. A strange scene occurred. Before the cold flames even touched the nascent soul, the wheel of light beneath it suddenly started spinning rapidly. Instantly, a huge suction force appeared out of thin air. The cold flames, trembling, changed direction and were sucked into the wheel, all being absorbed into it. The originally blue wheel of light suddenly turned multicolored, dazzlingly bright. Just a brief glance at it made one feel dizzy and disoriented, unable to stare for too long. The nascent soul uttered a low shout, and a series of incantations flew out, striking the wheel of light beneath it. A booming sound immediately emanated from below, and after a tremor, the various flames exploded. At this moment, the incantations from the nascent soul became even more rapid, one after another, without stopping, as if it was exhausting all its mana at once. Under the incantations, the exploding cold flames interwove and fused, quickly condensing into a glowing lotus. This glowing lotus contained 6 colors: black, white, red, yellow, green, and blue. Although the colors seemed distinct, they blended into one, an incredibly mystical sight. However, this lotus was about 3 zhang wide, making the nascent soul appear quite small within it. But as the nascent soul chanted an obscure mantra, the lotus's light flickered and began to shrink. With each inch it contracted, its glow intensified. After a moment, when the lotus had shrunk to about a foot in size, its petals appeared almost tangible, thick and substantial, with 6 colored flames flickering on them, resembling celestial fire. Seeing this, Han Li's face showed a hint of surprise, but like the others, he increased the size of the cold flames he emitted. The cold flames, upon entering the glowing lotus, disappeared without a trace, as if they had been swallowed by the sea. At this moment, the nascent soul suddenly opened its tightly closed eyes, which shone with a strange golden light. It raised one hand, forming a lotus shape with its 5 fingers. A series of popping sounds echoed as numerous fine blue threads shot out from its fingertips, merging with the nearby lotus petals. The nascent soul chanted continuously, its small face looking exceptionally solemn, but its raised 5 fingers began to slowly close towards the center. The blue threads connected to the fingers gleamed brightly and trembled violently. A humming sound emanated from the glowing lotus. Under the pull of the blue threads, the petals began to close slowly. Moments later, as if time had reversed, the flower turned into a bud, completely enveloping the nascent soul. The 6-colored flames on the bud flowed continuously, dazzlingly bright. Seeing this, Han Li and the others simultaneously activated their incantations, temporarily stopping their control over the extremely cold flames. The 6-colored bud moved slightly and began to descend. In a flash of light, the bud disappeared into the milky white cold sphere, and then into the head of the physical body of the master of Hanley, vanishing without a trace. At this moment, the 5 others sprayed cold flames again, hitting the light sphere. Immediately, strands of cold light appeared in the milky white sphere, shooting towards the master of Hanley's physical body, constantly using the extreme cold power of the flames to stimulate the body and help the master of Hanley break through the bottleneck. The formation was filled with the sound of breaking through the air, and nothing else. Outside the Xuanyu cave, in a remote street in Ice City, 2 male disciples of the little extreme palace, dressed in white, walked side by side. They were expressionless but constantly scanned their surroundings, looking cautious even within their own sect. The massive ice phoenix that had been circling above Ice City was nowhere to be seen. It was unclear whether Bai Yai and the others had temporarily driven it away or lured it elsewhere. Although this place was a remote corner of Ice City, the rows of ice houses were still neatly arranged. The 2 disciples had already inquired beforehand. The low-level disciples who originally lived here had evacuated Ice City days ago. This should be a deserted area. But even so, the 2 did not dare to relax, keeping their divine senses extended to guard against unexpected events. "We're here, this is the place," one of the men said, his eyes flashing as he looked ahead. Then he led the other around a corner to the back of an ice house. Their eyes widened as they saw a 30-zhang-wide, open space where a man and a woman were waiting. "You 2 are a bit late. If you had delayed any longer, we would have started without you," the 30-something woman said impatiently upon seeing them. The other was a dark-faced man. Both were dressed as low-level disciples of the little extreme palace, but the woman spoke with such impoliteness that it seemed odd. "The outside forces have already broken through the outer layers of the Grand Array and are less than 100 li from this city. Human cultivators are patrolling closely, and it took us great effort to find a suitable excuse to come out. If they suspected us, all our efforts would have been for nothing," the newly arrived man said coldly. The woman raised her eyebrows, about to retort, but the dark-faced man grew impatient. "Enough. There's no need for unnecessary words. Let's start. Even though it's just a division of our spirits, I don't want to lose it easily." Hearing this, the woman indeed closed her mouth. The newly arrived pair seemed wary of this man, so they said nothing more. They began pulling out stacks of arrayed discs and pieces of spirit stones from their storage bags, setting up a formation in the open space. Their movements were extremely skilled, and within moments, a small array took shape. Any cultivator proficient in arrays would have been shocked to see that it was a temporary teleportation array, and a one-way teleportation array at that. In the time it takes to eat a meal, the array was nearly complete when a loud rumble was heard. The nearby ice house suddenly collapsed without warning, and a white fog of cold air rolled out. The four were startled, like frightened birds, and immediately activated their protective magical artifacts. Just a few demon souls daring to stir up trouble under our noses in the little extreme palace is underestimating us old folks, isn't it? Amidst the old voice, two figures in flowing robes slowly emerged from the cold air. One had upturned eyebrows and a long beard, while the other was a middle-aged man with a ruddy complexion, carrying a long sword on his back. "It's the enforcement elders of the little extreme palace. Run!" The woman exclaimed in terror upon recognizing them, immediately transforming into a green streak of light to flee. The dark-faced man and the others were just as quick, using their light techniques to escape. HMPH. If a few strands of demon souls can escape from us, it would be a great joke. The ruddy-faced man sneered, lightly flicking his fingers, sending 4 dazzling sword energies shooting out. 3 screams followed as the woman and 2 others were pierced by the sword energy, their bodies falling from the sky. Only the dark-faced man's blue light staggered but continued to flee. Interesting. The ruddy-faced man looked surprised, but he opened his mouth and spat out a blinding white streak that quickly caught up to the blue light, slicing it in 2. At that moment, the upturned eyebrow elder flicked his sleeve, sending out 4 green willow leaf-shaped artifacts that disappeared in a flash. The next moment, 4 green flowers that had just flown out of the corpses screamed as they were struck by the willow leaves, dissolving into green smoke and disappearing in the air. The ruddy-faced man glanced at the nearly completed teleportation array, his face darkening. With a wave of his hand, a bowl-sized sword energy shot out. With a loud boom, the array vanished, leaving a large pit in its place. "Let's go. Destroying these strands of their spirit will not harm these demons significantly, but it will surely be unpleasant for them," the upturned eyebrow elder said, stroking his beard, before his body flashed with light and flew into the sky. The ruddy-faced man chuckled and calmly flew away as well. The same scene played out in 2 other locations in Ice City, where other puppeted disciples with high-level demon spirits were also captured by other elders of the little extreme palace. In a hall within the true cold flame realm of the small extreme palace, including the palace master and 5 or 6 nascent soul cultivators, they were discussing matters with solemn expressions. The beautiful woman and the other two had unusually pale faces, seeming to have suffered a depletion of their vital energy. I never expected that the Valley of 10,000 Demons would even bring the banner of 10,000 demons. I thought it was just an ordinary imitation spiritual treasure, but its power is unexpectedly great. If Elder Fang and Elder Huang had assisted me, I fear I alone wouldn't be able to repel the clone of that old demon Cha. Moreover, this was achieved only with the aid of the Great Array's restriction. However, the injury to the old demon's clone isn't severe, and in at most 2 days, he will return with renewed vigor. It seems we must take advantage of this opportunity to retreat, said the woman named Liu, her eyebrows furrowed tightly. It might be too early to leave now. We can wait until the monsters reach the city walls before we retreat, a burly man with a face full of curly hair objected. We might not have time to leave by then, said another pale-faced old man, clearly supporting the beautiful woman. Humph, how can you be so terrified after just one battle with these monsters, Brother Wang? The burly man scoffed. You have no idea, Brother Tong. You haven't seen the power of the 10,000 demon banner with your own eyes. Although it's only an imitation spirit treasure, its power is likely not far off from the ancient heavenly demon banner. If Elder Fang and Elder Huang hadn't assisted, even with the formation's restrictions, I couldn't have driven off the clone of that old demon Qi. It's a good thing it wasn't his true form, or even with the palace master, we wouldn't stand a chance, the old man responded calmly. Is it really that powerful? Even so, breaking through our final layers of restrictions won't be easy. Leaving hastily without utilizing them seems unwise, the burly man said, looking doubtful but still shaking his head. The beautiful woman frowned upon hearing this. After scanning the faces of the others, she slowly said, Elders, don't forget that our enemies are already outside the city. If not for Elder Bai and Elder Yi luring the Ice Phoenix into the phantom light mysterious heaven array, we wouldn't even be having this discussion. That Ice Phoenix is a pure-blooded descendant of a heaven and earth spirit beast, even though it's only a 10th level monster. It has almost half the abilities of a nascent soul stage cultivator, far beyond us. Although 2 elders are currently controlling the array, it won't hold the monster for long. Given the situation, we must prepare for an early retreat. However, Elder Tong's suggestion isn't without merit. Let the lower-level disciples hide in the Void Spirit Hall first. We, along with the higher-level disciples, will use the remaining restrictions to give our enemies one last fierce attack, then retreat to the Void Spirit Hall. Remember, our main goal is to preserve our strength, not to annihilate the monsters. Hearing the woman's words, the others nodded in agreement. Following the woman's orders, they left the hall to gather the disciples and prepare for the retreat and final battle. The beautiful woman remained in the hall, sitting alone with a worried expression. What is it? You've made the arrangements, yet you still worry. Do you sense something amiss? A soft voice suddenly spoke in her mind, belonging to another woman. Hell Ghost Mother, if you don't want to suffer the pain of soul piercing, stay put. The woman replied coldly, her expression unchanged, clearly knowing the other woman's identity. If you can't handle the 10,000 demon banner, you can let me help. If you release some of my restraints, we can deal with it together. The voice laughed softly, boasting. Release your restraints. Keep dreaming, the woman sneered. I'm only trying to help you. These monsters clearly have another purpose. Hiding in the void spirit hall might not be safe. I don't think the small extreme palace can escape this calamity, the voice said mockingly. You're talking nonsense. I won't release your restraints. Who knows what chaos a ghost cultivator of your level would cause if freed? Stay in the mystic ghost token, the woman responded, unfazed. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have reached the late nascent soul stage in just 500 or 600 years. And I saved you numerous times, enabling you to become the palace master. The voice retorted angrily. What you say is true, but don't forget that I released the mystic ghost token from the eternal ice, allowing you to awaken. Helping me reach the nascent soul stage was in your interest to break the life-linking curse. You saved me to save yourself, the woman replied calmly. But you promised to release me, the voice insisted. I did, but I found a secret technique to use your yin ghost energy to advance faster. As long as you help me reach the deity transformation stage, the curse will lift on its own, the woman said. Help you reach the deity transformation stage. Do you think I'm a celestial or a reincarnated supreme being? If I could reach that stage, I wouldn't have resorted to ghost cultivation. The voice snapped. If you can't help me reach that stage, I'll seal you away again before my time comes, the woman said, her face expressionless. Humph, you may not even survive this crisis. And you're out of soul stones. Without them, you can't control me, the voice said icily. Soul stones I lack, but your warnings are mere conjectures. Can these monsters really breach the void spirit hall? We can handle it, the woman said sternly. She then made a hand gesture, and the voice of the hell ghost mother abruptly ceased. The woman regained her composure and walked out of the hall. 2 days later, as the lower-level disciples controlling the formations retreated, the monsters rapidly advanced towards the ice city. The small, extreme palace cultivators prepared for one last battle, using the remaining powerful restrictions. The clone of the old demon Chi, a young child, along with the old man and other transformed monsters, attacked en masse. After a fierce battle, both sides suffered casualties. The young demon used the 10,000 demon banner to devour 2 elders, forcing the woman to lead the retreat, relying on the final restrictions. The old demon unleashed the full power of the 10,000 demon banner, summoning countless monster clones to attack the last barrier. The small, extreme palace cultivators retreated to the cold flame realm and entered the void spirit hall. The woman activated the realm's restrictions, and 3 halls arranged in a triangle shook violently. The ground cracked, revealing a massive formation surrounding the halls. The formation, embedded with thousands of spirit stones, shone with complex runes and symbols. Lights intertwined above, forming a silvery glow covering the realm. The three halls emitted light beams, merging with the glow, causing thunderous noises and spatial distortions. A massive white arc appeared, growing wider, creating a turbulent scene. The three halls, connected to the spatial rift, glowed brightly. The white arc expanded, resembling a monstrous eye. As the rift covered half the realm's sky, it emitted silver light, enveloping the halls. One hall trembled, then rose into the rift and vanished. The second hall followed. When the third hall rose, a white ice phoenix suddenly appeared, watching the scene with astonishment. It shot a white beam towards the last hall, but didn't intervene further. The three halls vanished into the rift, which closed and disappeared. The anomalies ceased. The ice phoenix screeched and disappeared. Moments later, a thunderous noise signaled the monsters breaking through the last barrier, with the old demon and his clones charging towards the mountain. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the mystic jade cave, the cultivator Han Li reached the final stage of breaking through his bottleneck. Han Li's purple radiant extreme fire had stopped, as he and the others stared in astonishment at a giant stone in the formation center. Although few in the cultivation world have witnessed a cultivator attempting to ascend to the deity transformation stage, many related rumors, whether true or false, have spread widely. Body petrification, I didn't expect the legend to be true. Once the petrification ends, fellow Taoist Han Li should break through the bottleneck successfully, the old woman murmured, her face full of envy as she observed the phenomenon before her. That's not certain. Brother Han Li's situation seems unstable. It appears his physical body has met the requirements to break through to deity transformation, but his nascent soul transformation seems to be facing some difficulties. Otherwise, the spiritual sense marks condensed with our cold flames wouldn't be flickering so erratically, the old monk said, frowning and pointing out the issue. That's understandable. Although fellow Taoist, she borrowed the power of the cold flames to temporarily strengthen his nascent soul. It's not his own refined power. Controlling it is like a child swinging a hammer, naturally very strenuous. Achieving this step is already quite impressive, Han Li said with a long sigh. Should we help the Grand Elder stabilize his nascent soul? The middle-aged man in green asked anxiously after a flash of worry crossed his face. That's definitely not possible. Breaking through the deity transformation bottleneck is not so simple. Perhaps this instability is exactly what Brother Han Li anticipated, hoping to use this power to break through the bottleneck in one fell swoop. If we intervene rashly, we might ruin everything. It's better to watch and wait, Bai Mengxin said coolly. Han Li smiled slightly upon hearing this, not voicing any opposition. The others exchanged glances, but remained silent. In truth, even if they wanted to help, they might not have the strength. After 2 days and nights of manipulating the extreme cold flames, they were already physically and mentally exhausted, with their spiritual power nearly depleted. Now, they could only watch as Han Li attempted to break through the final barrier on his own. Unnoticed by the others, Han Li's pupils flickered with blue light, capturing the flow of spiritual power and the transformations of the nascent soul within Han Li's body, noting everything meticulously. Given time to verify these observations, it would be greatly beneficial to him in the future. Just this alone made Han Li feel that taking the risk to stay here was worthwhile. After all, the opportunity to observe a cultivator breaking through to the deity transformation stage was rare and valuable. Although the others could forcibly observe some things with their spiritual sense, it was far less clear and comprehensive than Han Li's clear spiritual eyes, and the results were significantly inferior. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, Han Li, sitting in the milky white lotus of light, trembled. The strange fragrance emanating from his body intensified several times, and the light lotus mark between his eyebrows grew larger, blooming with numerous lotus shadows. Han Li and the others, who had been sitting quietly, were startled and focused their attention. Han Li, who had been sitting cross-legged, had opened his eyes, which emitted a golden glow. Without moving his hands or feet, his body slowly rose from the lotus of light, seemingly weightless. After glancing around, Han Li showed a hint of joy on his face. Hesitating for a moment, he raised one hand, his fingers trembling slightly as if performing a spell. Almost simultaneously, Han Li felt the residual spiritual power in his body surge uncontrollably, threatening to burst out. Startled, Han Li hurriedly circulated his cultivation method several times to suppress the runaway spiritual power. The old woman and the middle-aged man in green also changed their expressions, flustered and struggling to control their spiritual power. It seemed they were experiencing the same strange phenomenon. As Han Li pondered what was happening, several nearby formations hummed, and the light screens around them trembled, emitting strands of light that shot toward the formations. These lights merged into Han Li's body upon contact. In moments, the light screens began to collapse, and the light turned milky white, becoming extremely dense. The world's spiritual energy has been activated. Someone murmured in a low voice, filled with awe, envy, and a hint of jealousy. Han Li felt a chill in his heart upon hearing this. At this moment, Han Li's body seemed like a bottomless pit, absorbing the icy power without end. Apart from his eyes shining more brightly and the light between his eyebrows growing more radiant, there were no other changes. This phenomenon persisted for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds came from Han Li's body, and his sitting figure grew several inches taller. The light lotus between his eyebrows expanded, covering most of his head, then rapidly contracted into a thumb-sized crystal embedded in his brow. The surrounding light scattered and disappeared. The disturbance in their spiritual power also vanished, returning to normal. Han Li, with a solemn expression, formed a spell with his hands and slowly closed his eyes. The six-colored lotus between his brows dimmed, becoming peaceful. Could it be that he has successfully broken through to the deity transformation stage? Everyone thought, unable to suppress the thought. The middle-aged man in green and Bai Mengxin showed faint smiles of joy on their faces. But before anyone could speak, a groan came from Han Li. His face twisted painfully, and he clutched his head with his hands, writhing in agony. This left Han Li and the others stunned. "Brother Han Li, what's wrong?" The middle-aged man in green shouted anxiously, not daring to approach recklessly. Han Li barely managed to lift his head and glance at the middle-aged man. Before he could say anything, the light lotus between his brows, which seemed to have stabilized, flickered wildly and fell off. The light lotus swelled and shrank, then exploded with a soft sound, turning into a six-colored light mass. With a scream, Han Li's body shook, and he fell into the milky white light lotus below, curling up and shivering. Grand Elder. Bai Mengxin could no longer hold back. After exchanging a word with the middle-aged man in green, the two turned into black and white streaks of light and flew toward the light lotus. Han Li and the others exchanged glances, but did not follow. "I'm fine, just suffered some backlash from the world's spiritual energy," Han Li suddenly said, sitting up in the light lotus, his face pale but his expression calm. Seeing this, Bai Mengxin and the middle-aged man in green stopped above the light lotus, their hearts easing. As they were about to inquire further, Han Li quickly retrieved a stack of silver short blades, waving his hand to send them flying. The silver blades hovered around him, their tips pointing inward. With a low shout, Han Li directed the 16 short blades to pierce his body, leaving only the handles visible. Han Li's eyes narrowed, focusing on the scene. A strange light flame emerged from Han Li's body, mainly blue and white, but mixed with other colors. "Fellow Taoists, quickly retract your cold flames," Han Li said, his eyes still closed. The monk chanted a Buddhist mantra and gestured toward Han Li. The green cold flame on Han Li's body condensed into a small mass and shot toward the monk, who swiftly retrieved it with a wave of his sleeve. Han Li and the others followed suit, recalling their extreme cold flames. Soon, only a layer of blue Kyanlin ice flame remained on Han Li, and the strange fragrance disappeared. Han Li, the Grand Elder of the little extreme palace, formed a peculiar spell with his hands and chanted an incantation, causing the silver blades in his body to tremble. A low hum followed, and greenish-white cold air emerged along the blade handles, turning them crystalline. Han Li's chant stopped, and his spell changed. Cracking sounds followed, and the ice layers on the blades shattered, disintegrating into nothingness. However, the cold air quickly reappeared, forming new ice layers, which then shattered again under the spell. After several repetitions, Han Li realized that the Grand Elder of the little extreme palace was forcibly extracting the profound jade cold qi from his body, using the power of the artifacts. It seemed he hadn't successfully broken through the deity transformation bottleneck. Otherwise, this cold energy would have been the best tonic for his spiritual power. Han Li quickly came to his conclusion. With a long sigh, Han Li opened his eyes. His pupils were now black and white, and his appearance remained that of a 30-something, but his expression was one of desolation as he gazed upward. "Senior brother Han Li, are you all right?" The middle-aged man in a green robe hesitated for a moment, but still asked from midair. "I'm fine, just barely missed it again." Master Han Li smiled bitterly, stood up, and the light lotus beneath him suddenly collapsed, turning into specks of spiritual light that vanished into thin air. Then he floated gently and landed directly on the huge stone below. It's a real pity. Friend Han Li was clearly just a bit lacking in spiritual awareness. Otherwise, he would have succeeded this time. In any case, the secret technique you created is indeed a viable method to break through to the nascent soul stage. The old woman sighed, greatly admiring Master Han Li's secret technique. That's true. Besides being hard to find fellow cultivators who practice the extreme cold flames, one must also find a place like this cold jade cave. It's extremely difficult, but your method is still quite valuable. The gray-robed monk smiled and said. Upon hearing this, Master Han Li's mouth twitched, and he could only shake his head helplessly. He then stretched out his hands, looking at the glossy and resilient skin. The grand elder of the little extreme palace's gaze became uncertain. Friend Han Li, since the ritual is over, shouldn't you stop the formation and let us return to the stone chambers to restore our energy? Han Li frowned and said, glancing at the reappearing light screen around them. No rush, I have other matters to attend to. Once I'm done, I will stop the formation, Master Han Li replied indifferently without looking up. The middle-aged man in the green robe and Bai Mengxin exchanged glances, floating above Master Han Li's head without saying a word. What do you mean by this, friend Han? The monk naturally sensed something was amiss, his face darkening immediately. The old woman's expression also turned vigilant, her hand moving slightly as if grabbing something within her sleeve, and she stared coldly at the three little extreme palace cultivators opposite her. No need to panic, fellow Taoists. I have no ill intentions. I just want Brother Han to return something to our palace. Master Han Li finally put down his hands, looked up at Han Li, and the 16 silver blades around him suddenly buzzed, flying back to his side. His eyes shone with a bright light, even flickering with a golden glow, as if his power had fully recovered. Return something. The monk and old woman couldn't help but look at Han Li, showing a hint of surprise. Are you joking? This is my first time in the little extreme palace. When did I ever take anything from your palace? Han Li slowly stood up, responding calmly. Hearing this, Master Han Li showed a strange expression. After a moment of silence, he suddenly turned his hand, producing a small cauldron glowing blue. The blue cauldron, the gray-robed monk exclaimed, quickly pulling out an identical cauldron from his sleeve. He glanced back and forth between the two cauldrons, his face full of confusion. Master Moji, no need to be surprised. Your cauldron is also genuine. But these cauldrons originally come in pairs, both being replicas of a certain treasure. What I want from Brother Han is the real heavenly void cauldron. You have it, don't you? Master Han Li said lightly, staring at Han Li. Heavenly void cauldron. Does Han Taoist really possess such a treasure? The old woman exclaimed, looking at Han Li with disbelief and a hint of greed. The gray-robed monk was equally shocked, scrutinizing Han Li. Before coming here, they had inquired a bit about Han Li from Master Han Li, knowing he was from a small place in the south. That someone from such a place could possess a treasure like the heavenly void cauldron was truly astonishing. Oh, the heavenly void cauldron. I don't mind answering your question, but first, I have one for you. How are you so sure I have this cauldron, and what is its relation to your palace's void spirit hall? Han Li asked with a faint smile. So you do have it. As for how I knew, it's no secret. You practice the purple extreme fire, which combines with the blue frost flame attached to the heavenly void cauldron. Aside from the blue cauldron we made, only the heavenly void cauldron in this world has such a flame. Recently, I refined the blue frost flame to its peak, so I am extremely sensitive to lower-tier blue frost flames, Master Han Li said, eyes flashing with a fervent light. So, you knew I had the heavenly void cauldron the first time you saw me. Han Li frowned. Indeed, but I didn't expect you to admit it so readily. Some arguments I prepared are now unnecessary. The heavenly void cauldron was once the personal treasure of our palace's founder, the Ice Soul Immortal. She took it on her travels and lost it after 100 years. Then, the Void Spirit Hall was built. I'm not interested in how you got it, but it belongs to our palace. Hand it over, and I won't trouble you, Master Han Li said solemnly. Han Li seemed to understand, but then laughed, staring at Master Han Li without saying anything. Seeing Han Li's brazen attitude, Master Han Li's pupils shrank, his gaze becoming sinister. I heard from Menjiao that you possess formidable abilities. Although only at the middle stage, your skills rival late-stage cultivators, even managing to fend off a silver-winged night fiend. Under normal circumstances, I might not be able to deal with you. But now, within the formation and the sealed cold jade cave, with your power down to 30% and my secret technique still in effect, there's no need to say who has the upper hand. Master Han Li's eyes gleamed with gold. The middle-aged man in green and Bai Mengson looked at Han Li with the same gravity. You used my assistance in your breakthrough attempt against me. Is this how the little extreme palace repays kindness? Han Li sneered. Didn't I pay you? I gave you the technique for refining the blue frost flame and the breakthrough secret I've pondered for centuries. You helped mainly to see the secret's effect for your own use. How is this ungrateful? Master Han Li snorted dismissively. Perhaps, but we are not the only ones trapped here. Are you planning to kill everyone to keep the secret of the heavenly void cauldron? Han Li glanced at the monk and old woman. Their faces changed dramatically. The monk, especially, looked at the cauldron in his hand, his expression shifting. Don't bother. I've known these two for years. They won't be swayed by your words. Master Han Li's face flickered with anger but quickly returned to calm. This matter concerns your palace, not me. Settle it among yourselves, the old woman said coldly, moving to the light screen's edge, distancing herself from the conflict. Hanley's eyes twitched slightly at this. Friend Han, you're here to help Master Han break through. If the heavenly void cauldron truly belongs to their palace, just return it. Let them compensate you. At our level, peace is preferable, the monk suggested after some thought, intending to mediate. With the current unrest in our palace, I don't wish to make an enemy of you. Hand over the cauldron, and I'll reward you with enough spirit stones to never worry again. Master Han Li's tone softened. Han Li laughed coldly, looking up at the sky without speaking. Master Han Li's face darkened, his body erupting in blue flames, transforming him into a giant fireball. The middle-aged man and Bai Mengxin also readied their weapons, the former with crystalline swords, the latter with black short halberds. Seeing this, the monk sighed, muttering a Buddhist prayer before shooting toward the light screen, but suddenly changing direction to fly towards Han Li. Han Li, initially confused, heard the monk's transmission, showing a peculiar expression. Brother Han, keep the blue cauldron. I'll help you when the time comes. As they spoke, the monk suddenly raised his hand, and a ball of blue light shot directly towards Han Li. It was none other than the Qianlin cauldron. Moji, what are you doing? Master Han Li shouted angrily. Although Han Li didn't understand why the monk was helping him, he wouldn't refuse a treasure delivered to him. With a light flick of his sleeve, a wave of green mist rolled out, about to take the cauldron into his sleeve. Seeing this, Master Han Li's face darkened. He suddenly performed a hand seal and pointed quickly at the small cauldron. With a puff, the originally calm cauldron in midair paused. The lid flew off, releasing blazing blue flames that wrapped around the cauldron, changing its direction and shooting back towards Master Han Li. You did tamper with it after all. The gray-robed monk snorted coldly, ready. He grabbed the air, and a green light hand appeared, catching the cauldron. To reimpose the restriction. Break. Master Han Li's eyes shone with golden light, and he shouted like thunder. A booming sound followed, the green hand twisted, and an ancient gold character appeared on its back. With a loud explosion, the character burst, and the powerful light shattered the hand. The grand song mantra. You've actually practiced Confucian magic, the monk exclaimed in a low voice. Master Han Li ignored him, performing a hand gesture. The small cauldron flew towards him, about to be reclaimed. In that instant, a strand of green silk shot out from the nearby void. In a flash of green light, it wrapped around the cauldron and shot back before anyone could react. Master Han Li was startled, hastily performing hand seals, shouting break several times. A series of golden characters exploded on the green silk with a deafening sound, but the silk only trembled slightly before recovering, taking the cauldron into someone else's hand. This person had another small cauldron floating before him, covered in symbols, looking similar to the Qianlin cauldron. The green silk had shot out from this cauldron. The heavenly void cauldron, Master Han Li muttered. The person was, of course, Han Li, who had summoned the heavenly void cauldron. Seeing the Qianlin cauldron in hand, he flicked the air. With a light clang, several strands of green silk sprayed from the cauldron, enveloping the Qianlin cauldron into a glowing green silk ball, which he then put into his sleeve. Only then did he look at Master Han Li, a cold smile on his lips. Good, very good. You've used the heavenly void cauldron so soon. But with your cultivation, you can only practice the treasure control mantra to the first level. You can only display a fraction of this spiritual treasure's power. As for Master Moji, I didn't expect you to make such an unwise choice. You're forcing me to deal with you as well. Master Han Li, seeing the Qianlin cauldron taken, wasn't angry but sighed, turning to the monk. Old monk and brother Han have been friends for over 100 years. I'm just protecting myself. I don't want your palace to kill Han after, then silence me. Such a great treasure, Master Han never intended to let me go, right? I'm just a wandering cultivator, unlike Madame Long with her deep ties to your palace. The gray-robed monk took out a green glowing wooden fish, calm and composed. Master Moji, what do you mean by this? The old woman who had moved to the side flashed a sharp look and asked coldly. No need to hide anymore. Others might not know, but I do. The Liu Kui sect that Madame Long heads is just an outer branch of the little extreme palace. Madame Long is one of the outer elders. Did I get that wrong? The monk said solemnly. Didn't expect you to know even this. Elder Long, no need to wait. Attack together. Master Han Li, silent for a moment, finally gave up the pretense. Seems I can't slack off. But Grand Elder, you never mentioned the heavenly void cauldron to me. Why keep it secret from us outer elders? The old woman, her face dark, swung her yellow glowing dragon-head staff and questioned coldly. I kept it secret for security. Now let's capture these two and take the cauldron. With it, our palace will be able to fend off any enemy. Master Han Li evaded her question. Master Moji is mine. The three of you handle Han and seize the cauldron. The old woman, dissatisfied, but nodded. All right. Master Han Li, not hesitating, flipped his hand to reveal a light blue array plate, while the other hand swiftly performed a spell. Stop him, he's activating the restriction. The monk, seeing this, changed color and threw out a green light ball, his wooden fish. With a spell, the fish emitted a deep, ethereal sound. The sound was like an echo in a valley, or a Buddhist chant, making those who heard it feel as if their soul was leaving their body. But the people present were all skilled. The old woman, waking up instantly, snorted coldly and pointed her staff. A thick yellow sword light shot out. The monk, unable to focus on his sound attack, poured his magic power into the fish. It spun, growing to the size of a boulder, clashing with the sword light, the two forces entangled. Meanwhile, Master Han Li continued his spell, the array plate shining brightly. Han Li exhaled lightly. He had no intention of letting Master Han Li complete the array. With a lift of his hand, Over 10 green sword lights shot from his fingers. The target was Master Han Li's array plate. The green sword lights turned into over 10 green arcs, only to be intercepted by white sword lights and 2 black beams midway, their lights clashing. The attackers were Bai Mengson and the middle-aged man in green. The sword lights were shattered instantly. Han Li frowned but didn't rush to stop Master Han Li. Instead, he shook his sleeve, releasing dozens of golden flying swords, forming a protective golden glow, and watched Master Han Li's actions coldly. A booming sound came from below. Han Li, startled, soared into the air with a flash of light. Below, the purple pillar vanished, revealing a glowing circular array. Han Li felt a powerful force pulling him down. His body became heavy, and strange energy waves surrounded him. Before he could react, the scene changed. He was in a snowy void. Snowflakes fell endlessly, and the ground was a clear, icy expanse, a glacier. An illusion, interesting. Han Li laughed lightly as he landed, but his face was serious. The restriction on him increased, but his Mingwang mantra training helped him bear it. Compared to the gravity of the golden magnet wood, this was nothing. With a thought, golden sword light surrounded him, severing the restriction. In a golden glow, Han Li rose again. He scanned the surroundings, his eyes flashing blue. The place was white and empty, as if he was the only person there. Looking up, he saw the endless snowflakes falling. Suddenly, his eyes shone brightly. With a shout, the golden light around him shot out over 10 rays, targeting a seemingly empty spot in the void. Explosions erupted, golden light and white light intertwining, revealing over 10 small swords. These swords, a few inches long and crystal clear, had hidden in the snow, aiming at Han Li. But Han Li discovered them first, destroying them with his sword light. "Huh," a surprised voice, White Menkson's, full of astonishment. The swords vanished into the snow again. Han Li raised an eyebrow and performed a spell. Golden sword lights flew out, each one cold and golden. The small swords scattered and shot out, clashing with the crystal swords, their light intertwining. Han Li's eyes flashed with sternness, and he chanted an incantation. A groan came from somewhere in the snow. Dozens of feet away, a white light burst, revealing a woman in white clutching her head in pain. The woman's divine sense faltered, and the numerous flying swords that had been locked in a stalemate with Han Li's swords dimmed, their power greatly diminished. Seeing this, Han Li immediately intensified his sword incantation. The dozen or so azure bamboo cloud-splitting swords simultaneously radiated golden light and swiftly encircled the now sluggish ice swords. With a series of crack sounds, half of the ice swords were cleaved in two by the golden flying swords. The remaining few ice swords dimmed further, emitting sorrowful hums, clearly severely damaged. The white-robed woman, having just recovered from the Soul Stinger's attack, was shocked to see her life-bound treasures destroyed. She spat out several mouthfuls of blood, but hurriedly tried to recall the remaining flying swords, knowing that if they were all destroyed, the damage would be far worse. However, Han Li had already acted. He quickly pointed towards the distant flying swords. Instantly, all the azure bamboo cloud-splitting swords pursued the remaining ice swords relentlessly. The swords without opponents sped up even further, mysteriously bypassing the ice swords and trapping them from both sides. Just as Han Li was about to use his flying sword's sharpness to completely destroy the woman's life-bound treasures, a furious shout came from above. "How dare you!" Two black rainbows flashed as two ferocious black dragons, each 7 or 8 zhang long, emerged from the falling snow. Han Li remained calm, seemingly expecting the attack. One hand continued to control the sword incantation, while the other suddenly lifted, releasing a red, glowing scroll. With a flash of light, the scroll opened, emitting a clear ringing sound. Hundreds of golden and silver ancient characters flew out, growing larger in the wind and transforming into numerous light clusters that directly attacked the black dragons. The dragons were unrelenting, spewing black light from their mouths as they charged into the ancient characters. A series of explosions ensued, with golden and silver lights bursting on the dragons, shattering the black light on their bodies and sending them tumbling backward. The ancient characters proved to be incredibly powerful. The black dragons, unable to withstand such heavy blows, let out low roars and reverted to their original forms, 2 black short halberds. Seeing this, Han Li was secretly pleased and infused more magic power into the scroll. The red scroll trembled, releasing even more ancient characters that filled the sky before shooting forward. In a flash of black light, the green-robed middle-aged man appeared amidst the ancient characters, his expression grim. Without a word, he raised his hand, recalling the 2 black short halberds. He then flipped his hand, revealing a small green flag. The flag, only a few inches long, unfurled with rolling runes, creating a gust of wind that caused the middle-aged man to vanish. The ancient characters struck nothing. Han Li was momentarily surprised. On the other side, Han Li's attack was thwarted as the woman named Bai Mengxin bit her lip and suddenly produced a flawless white mirror. She aimed the mirror at Han Li's golden, light-formed flying swords and gave it a shake. A milky white beam shot from the mirror, and the golden light was suddenly enveloped in layers of ice. Most of the flying swords were frozen into blocks of ice. The remaining few ice swords took the opportunity to escape and were swiftly retracted by the woman. Seeing this, Han Li snorted coldly and quickly pointed several times. The golden swords emitted thunderous sounds as tiny arcs of electricity appeared, shattering the ice into pieces, freeing the swords in an instant. Bai Mengxin's expression changed dramatically. She turned the mirror towards Han Li. Han Li, however, produced a pair of silver wings on his back. With a flicker of silver light, he vanished. Bai Mengxin hesitated, but almost simultaneously, a gust of wind swept by her side. A hand emerged from the wind, grabbing her and pulling her into the gale. The wind flashed and disappeared, taking the figures with it. The next moment, Han Li reappeared where Bai Mengxin had been standing, his eyes cold. He scanned the empty space with blue light in his pupils, seemingly searching for something. In another part of the array, the middle-aged man in green was hurriedly reattaching his severed arm with several talismans, the wound ceasing to bleed. What a strange treasure. It seems junior sister Menjiao did not exaggerate. This Han Li is indeed incredibly powerful. Junior sister Mengxin, are you all right? The middle-aged man, his body glowing blue and his eyes returning to normal, expressed concern after reattaching his arm. I'm fine. Although my life-bound treasure was damaged, I managed to recover nearly half of it. But my ice swords can no longer be used. Senior brother Hanley, the restrictions are ineffective against him, and he seems to have a way to see through illusions. Our concealed positions are useless, Bai Mengxin, her face pale with unusual flushes on her cheeks, said hoarsely. I saw everything. He is indeed formidable. If not for the involvement of the void sky cauldron, I wouldn't want to make an enemy of him. But since we've started, there's no turning back. I've resolved the last bit of backlash from the heaven and earth Yuan Qi. Now just assist me, and I'll kill him. I can temporarily control the cold energy of the entire Xuan Yu cave. No matter how strong he is, he can't withstand such an amount of cold energy, Hanley, glowing blue but with a calm expression, said. Hearing this, both the middle-aged man and Bai Mengxin hesitated but could not refute. Hanley flipped his hand, producing a crystal-clear Xuan Yu token inscribed with mystical runes and a snow-spitting ice kiln. Just as he was about to activate the token, he glanced at Han Li, and his expression changed dramatically. Not good, he has found the array's core and is trying to break out. Quickly, activate the array and buy me some time. The middle-aged man was startled and looked towards Han Li. Han Li, within the illusion, had a giant golden sword several zhang long above his head, crackling with lightning, slowly descending towards a specific point of the array. Startled, the middle-aged man hastily launched a yellow-green light ball from his sleeve towards the giant sword. Bai Mengxin silently raised her white mirror, aiming it at Han Li. The mirror emitted several milky white beams at him, clearly trying to distract him. Meanwhile, Han Li chanted an incantation, the Xuan Yu token rising and glowing, forming a light cluster with a vaguely forming beast shadow. Han Li, confident in his sword technique, slashed down with the giant sword. Proficient in array techniques, and aided by his bright sight, breaking through a mere illusion array was a matter of moments. However, as the yellow-green light ball appeared beneath the giant sword, and several milky white beams shot towards him, Han Li's lips curled into a mocking smile. Chapter 1102, Twin-Tailed Human. Within the yellow-green sphere was a fist-sized bead. The bead was milky yellow and emitted a faint, thunderous sound as it shot forward, clearly a rare treasure. However, Han Li did not hesitate with the giant sword. Instead, he urged the sword incantation, causing the golden light of the sword to increase by several feet, and with a thunderous roar, he slashed down. At the same time, the thick, milky white beams of light flashed and reached Han Li. Han Li took a deep breath and spat out a mass of purple flames. The purple demon extreme fire, once released, expanded rapidly in the wind, transforming into a giant fireball the size of a carriage wheel in an instant. With a muffled bang, the purple fireball split and scattered, turning into several smaller purple flames, each heading towards the milky white beams. A loud boom echoed as the beams collided with the purple flames. Purple and white light flickered as the extreme cold exploded in the space, countless crystal lights floating in the void. Bicolor cold air spread throughout the space in an instant. Meanwhile, with an earth-shaking boom, the giant golden sword struck the milky yellow bead. The collision between the two created a different spectacle. Golden and azure electric arcs erupted from the sword and bead, intertwining and flashing, forming a giant electric ball over 10 meters in diameter. The dazzling electric light was accompanied by deafening roars. This bead was a rare lightning attribute ancient treasure. Han Li ignored the cold air attacking him, merely waving his hand to summon a layer of purple flames. The freezing cold dissipated upon contact. However, the appearance of the giant electric ball surprised him. What kind of lightning is this? It seems unusual, capable of resisting the power of the divine thunder. Han Li did not further enhance the power of the giant sword, but instead pointed at the virtual cauldron before him. With a boom, a bundle of green threads shot out, swiftly wrapping around the bead, seemingly intending to seize it. The green-robed middle-aged man, seeing this, was shocked. He could not afford to hold back any longer and hastily performed several incantations, pouring all his spiritual power into the bead. This lightning bead was a rare treasure he had acquired years ago. Although he hadn't fully comprehended it, its power was already astonishing, and he was unwilling to give it up. Instantly, the initially balanced azure and golden electric arcs surged as the middle-aged man pushed them, causing the azure light to greatly intensify, seemingly overpowering the golden arcs. However, Han Li's expression darkened. His giant sword, formed by merging over a dozen flying swords, contained immense divine thunder power, far surpassing the azure lightning of the bead. With a mere thought, the giant sword trembled, and several thick golden arcs appeared, transforming into golden serpents that charged at the electric ball. The previously surging azure arcs were overwhelmed by the golden serpents, disintegrating in an instant, leaving the milky yellow bead exposed. At this moment, the green threads from the cauldron, perfectly timed, swiftly wrapped around the bead and retracted. The green-robed, middle-aged man was anxious, his face showing great distress. He continuously performed incantations, causing the bead to struggle and tremble, trying to break free. Bai Mengxin frowned, raising her mirror and pointing at it, then tossing it into the air. A cold moon rose above her head, the mirror's surface turning white. Bai Mengxin spat out a pure white breath, striking the mirror. A hissing sound, like that of a snake, came from the mirror, followed by a flash of green light. Something shot out of the mirror, but it was too fast for anyone to see clearly. Han Li, directing the virtual cauldron to capture the bead, suddenly turned, his pupils glowing blue. Several golden lights shot out from his side, targeting the same direction. With a boom, the golden lights exploded 10 meters ahead, hitting something. Han Li ignored this, quickly sweeping his sleeve to capture the bead in the green threads, securing it in his storage pouch. He then focused his gaze on the explosion point. As the golden light faded, several golden flying swords were seen battling a bizarre insect. The creature resembled a giant scorpion with twin tails, 4 wings, and a pattern on its back resembling a human face, making it particularly eerie. This green scorpion used its 2 black tails to defend itself, producing metallic clashing sounds against the flying swords, rendering them ineffective. A twin-tailed human-faced scorpion, Han Li muttered in surprise. This creature ranked 29th on the spirit insect list. Han Li recognized it immediately due to its distinctive back pattern. However, the scorpion's pattern was still blurry, indicating it was not fully grown, still in its larval stage. Given Han Li's current abilities, he wasn't intimidated by any spirit insects except those ranked in the top 20. After his initial surprise, Han Li's expression darkened. He patted his waist, summoning a swarm of golden insects from his spirit pouch. The twin-tailed scorpion, sensing danger, let out a low hiss and vanished, reappearing 20 meters away, demonstrating its incredible speed. Han Li, however, sneered and pointed at the insect cloud. With a muffled boom, countless golden flowers shot out, spreading over 100 meters and trapping the scorpion within. Seeing this, Bai Mengxin panicked and tried to command the scorpion to escape. But it was too late. The buzzing golden insects swarmed from all directions, leaving no space. The scorpion could only protect itself with its twin tails and dart towards an opening in the swarm. This strategy would work against ordinary insects, but was futile against ancient strange insects like the gold-eating insects. The scorpion's speed decreased due to its defensive maneuvers. Although it broke through several insects, more swarmed in, unfazed by its poison or stings. In moments, the scorpion was covered in golden insects, letting out a shrill cry. Soon, the scorpion was devoured, leaving only its black stingers floating in the air, untouched due to their hardness and poison. Han Li, intrigued, captured the stingers, examined them briefly, and stored them. He then looked at the golden giant sword. With a thought, the golden sword slashed down, surrounded by golden arcs, adding to its power. A thunderous crash followed, and the void was filled with white light. The surrounding snowflakes turned into strands of light. The scenery shifted again, and Han Li found himself back in the original array, free from the illusion. Han Li was overjoyed, but quickly surveyed the area. The green-robed, middle-aged man was retrieving a copper gong-like treasure from his storage pouch. Bai Mengxin, her face cold from the loss of her spirit insect, was performing incantations on her white mirror. Both paused upon seeing Han Li break free, their expressions changing drastically. In another area, a 5-colored light flickered, accompanied by chanting. The gray-robed monk was evenly matched with the old woman in the barrier, which surprised Han Li. But what caught Han Li's attention was Han Li, chanting atop a giant stone, a white Qilin phantom forming above him, centered on a mysterious jade token. Seeing this, Han Li's brow furrowed, and he silently patted his storage pouch. A black light shot out, forming a small black jade bottle that hovered before him. Han Li made a series of incantation gestures with both hands, directing beams of green light onto the small black bottle. The bottle spun rapidly, then inverted, and from its mouth came a few savage roars. Following that, 5 strands of gray-white gas shot out, materializing into 5 human-shaped skeletons as white as jade. When these skeletons first appeared, they were only about a foot tall, but they immediately grew with the wind to over 2 meters in height. They were surrounded by gray-white mist, their fangs exposed, emitting terrifying, chilling laughter. Each skeleton had a silver ring embedded at their necks and limbs, deeply set into their bones. These were the 5 co-souled demons that Han Li had forcibly subdued. As soon as the 5 skeletons expanded, they immediately spewed grayish mist from their mouths and turned their vicious eyes toward Han Li as if to attack him. Han Li's expression darkened as he activated a controlling incantation. The silver rings instantly flared with green flames, producing a burnt smell that caused the 5 demons to retreat in fear, screeching in panic. Raising his arm, Han Li spat out a strand of green silk from his mouth, slicing a small cut on his wrist. 5 thumb-sized blood droplets fell and shot accurately into the open mouths of the demons. The demons' eyes flashed green, and their expressions quickly became docile and obedient. "Go," Han Li commanded, pointing towards a middle-aged man in green robes in the distance. The 5 demons' bodies rolled with mist, and their eyes turned fierce as they took to the sky. With ghostly wails, they transformed into 5 massive ghost heads, each as large as a wheel. These ghost heads, with green faces and sharp fangs, let out unsettling howls as they flew towards the elder of the small extreme palace. As they flew, they brought with them a vast expanse of gray-white mist, creating an imposing scene. The 5 co-souled demons. You killed old demon Kyan. The middle-aged man in green robes, initially puzzled upon seeing the demons, was now utterly horrified upon recognizing them. The events at Mount Kunwu had far-reaching implications. Even though the small, extreme palace was in a remote area, they were aware of it. The disappearance of the first family of the Jin Kingdom, the Yi family, and the numerous nascent soul cultivators who perished in Mount Kunwu was an unprecedented event. Especially shocking was the death of old demon Kyan, the great elder of the Yin Luo sect, which shook the entire Jin kingdom. Nascent soul late-stage cultivators were considered almost immortal, barring the exhaustion of their lifespan. Having once witnessed old demon Kyan use the 5 demons to attack enemies, the middle-aged man was now truly terrified. He quickly threw the bronze gong in his hand into the air, then produced a pale yellow jade hammer with a flip of his other hand, striking the gong. With a clear ring, yellow light appeared around the man, transforming into hundreds of yellow flying knives, each as sharp and thin as a cicada's wing. The knives spun and formed a dense net, protecting him. He also released 2 black daggers from his sleeves, creating another barrier behind the knife net, adopting a completely defensive stance. The 5 ghost heads reached the man in an instant, their mouths opening wide, engulfing him in gray mist. They then followed into the mist, producing explosive sounds and ghostly howls. Having commanded the demons, Han Li ignored them, confident that they could handle a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. However, Bai Mengxin and immortal Han Li's faces turned grim upon seeing the demons. Though unfamiliar with the demons, their ferocious appearance and the middle-aged man's exclamation revealed their nature. While immortal Han Li believed in his own abilities, he was in the middle of a crucial spell. Bai Mengxin, however, realized ordinary spells were futile against Han Li and stopped her incantation. Without giving her a moment to breathe, Han Li's form split into 4 identical shadows, 2 heading towards Bai Mengxin and 2 towards immortal Han Li. Han Li himself stood still, putting away the void sky cauldron and wielding a feathered fan, disappearing in a silver arc with a flap of his wind thunder wings. Bai Mengxin, recalling Han Li's teleportation, quickly flicked her fingers, sending 4 crystalline beams towards the shadows. She then appeared on a giant rock beside immortal Han Li, creating a protective ice mountain and a silver web around them. The 4 beams struck 3 shadows, passing through, but one shadow evaded and continued towards immortal Han Li. The shadow revealed itself as a human-shaped puppet, controlled by Han Li to deliver a surprise attack. Bai Mengxin was startled but increased her spell, ensuring her senses covered the area to prevent ambushes. The crystalline beams struck the puppet's barrier without harm. Bai Mengxin watched as fiery arrows rained down on her ice shield, the puppet using a powerful fire bow. The ice held, but Han Li's true form appeared behind her in a flash, encased in purple flames, launching himself at the ice. Chapter 1104, Defeating the Enemy with Puppets. This person was naturally Han Li, who had used the lightning evade technique to silently circle behind the woman. Using the humanoid puppet to draw Bai Mengxin's attention, he then suddenly approached to make his move. Bai Mengxin had been wary of any nearby movements. As soon as Han Li appeared, she sensed it with alarm and immediately made a backward grab in the air without turning her head. A large, crystal-clear hand appeared outside the massive ice block, directly grabbing at Han Li. She didn't hope to defeat Han Li with this move. only to temporarily hinder his approach. However, Han Li didn't even glance at the giant hand above his head. With a wave of his sleeve, a golden sword shot out from within, slicing the hand into two halves with a flash of golden light. Without any delay, Han Li rushed in front of the giant ice block, his body enveloped in blazing purple flames. An incredible scene unfolded. Han Li's figure slightly paused, and then, as if he were an intangible ghost, he seeped into the ice block. After a few flickers, he bizarrely passed through the ice, appearing in front of Bai Mengxin and immortal Han Li. A hole about 10 feet in diameter was left in the ice where he passed through. It seemed that although the violet extreme flame hadn't been fully refined, its power was still significantly superior to Bai Mengxin's cold flames. Under Han Li's full exertion, he ghostly passed through the defense. Before him was a circular silver web. Bai Mengxin turned her head, and upon seeing this was shocked. She shouted an incantation, and with a sudden pinch of her fingers, uttered the command constrict. The web glowed brightly, and the silver threads shrunk together, forming a solid silver sphere in front of Han Li. Han Li was startled but quickly sneered. Three-colored light burst forth as he spun the feathered fan in his hand, which then enlarged to about a foot long. He gently fanned at the silver sphere. With a whoosh, a column of three-colored flames surged out, with golden, silver, and red runes flickering within the red flames, striking the silver sphere directly. This silver sphere, despite being an extraordinary treasure, buzzed loudly under the assault of the three-flame fan, emitting a bright silver light that collided with the three-colored flames, momentarily holding the fire at bay. Though the treasure quickly showed signs of strain, it wasn't immediately pierced through or dissolved. Han Li frowned but then relaxed. The previous strike had only infused a small amount of his power into the fan, utilizing only a fraction of its usual strength. Although the outcome was unexpected, it wasn't particularly surprising. Almost simultaneously, Han Li moved his hand, and a prepared jade bottle tilted into his mouth, instantly dropping a single drop of Millennium Spirit liquid. Without any hesitation, he poured a substantial amount of power into the fan. The three-colored feathered fan trembled and emitted a clear, melodious sound. A three-colored firebird gracefully emerged from the fan, flying towards the silver sphere. At the same time, Han Li's wind thunder wings unfolded again. Almost as soon as the three-colored glow exploded, he vanished amidst a clap of thunder. The next moment, a silver arc appeared over 30 feet away, revealing Han Li's figure in the silver light. He looked back at his original position, where the large, crystalline ice block was completely enveloped in the three-colored glow and rapidly melting away. The silver sphere at its center disintegrated almost instantly within the explosive force, turning to nothingness. Upon seeing this, Han Li showed no signs of joy. Instead, his pupils constricted, and his grip on the three-flame fan tightened. Because after the silver sphere disintegrated, a blue ice dragon several feet long appeared. Its front half was covered in crystalline, transparent scales, barring its teeth and claws, while the back half was a viscous blue liquid with its tail embedded in a small cauldron. It seemed to be a spirit released by this cauldron. The small cauldron floated in front of immortal Hanley, another azure blue cauldron. The ice dragon coiled around, protecting by Mengson and immortal Hanley. Although its body was rapidly melting under the three-colored glow, losing more than half of its form, the three-colored glow finally exhausted its power and disappeared. Immortal Hanley, leveraging the extreme cold power of the ice dragon, remained unscathed under the three-flame fan's power. This is the flame attribute spirit fan. It's indeed powerful, worthy of being a replica spirit treasure. In terms of raw power, it surpasses my azure blue cauldron. A faint voice emanated from immortal Hanley, who had been motionless with his incantation. He suddenly opened his mouth, spitting out a dark blue flame that enveloped the ice dragon. The blue flames flowed along the dragon's body, and with a long roar, the dragon's damaged parts instantly regenerated. It then glared menacingly at Han Li with its green eyes. Seeing this, Han Li's face showed a peculiar expression, part mocking, part cold smile. Immortal Hanley's heart tightened, still unclear of the situation when a faint green shadow suddenly appeared behind him and lunged forward. One hand, gleaming with silver light like a sharp blade, struck towards immortal Hanley's back, while the other hand raised a silver shield that expanded into a silver screen, covering Bai Mengson. The green shadow moved silently, like a gentle breeze, undetectable by ordinary cultivators. It was Han Li's humanoid puppet. Using the rain of fire arrows and Han Li's attack as cover, it had stealthily approached. Bai Mengson, unaware of the danger behind her, was startled when a flash of silver light completely trapped her within a silver screen. She quickly incanted, and a layer of white ice flames appeared all over her body, transforming into countless fist-sized fireballs that shot at the silver screen. Inside the light screen, a cacophony of explosions ensued. However, the silver screen alternated between being exceedingly thick and mirror-smooth, deflecting the white fireballs or blocking them outright. Bai Mengson was clearly unable to break free immediately. Immortal Hanley, being almost on the verge of entering the deity transformation stage, was naturally more formidable than Bai Mengson. As soon as the humanoid puppet appeared, his powerful divine sense detected the anomaly. Alarmed, he couldn't command the blue dragon to counterattack in time, so he summoned a golden armor with a thought. The armor had an ancient design and shone with spiritual light. Simultaneously, he moved to dodge the puppet's lightning-fast strike. But the humanoid puppet, fully activated by Han Li, followed him like a shadow. Since immortal Hanley was performing an incantation, his movement was slower. With a muffled sound, the silver hand struck immortal Hanley's shoulder. Silver and golden light interwove. The puppet's hand, made of sturdy materials akin to high-grade flying swords, struck the golden armor, causing a ripple effect but was deflected. The sheer force of the blow, however, made the nascent soul late-stage cultivator stagger. Immortal Hanley, surprisingly relieved, started to circulate his internal power to halt the incantation, intending to use the remaining power to counterattack. Although the spell wasn't fully completed, he could already manipulate most of the profound cold energy from the Jade Cave, which should be enough to annihilate Hanley. But as Immortal Hanley began to alter his incantation, the puppet's other hand flashed and struck his other shoulder, again being deflected by the golden armor. Immortal Hanley was puzzled, but suddenly the puppet's hands transformed into sharp silver hooks, hooking onto his shoulders. Although held by the armor, Immortal Hanley found himself immobilized. Simultaneously, a black short blade appeared above his head, striking down towards his skull with lightning speed. Held by the puppet's hooks, Immortal Hanley couldn't move at all. In sheer terror, he gathered his internal power, spewing a blood-red light from his mouth to intercept the blade. This blood-red light, formed from his vital essence, collided with the black blade, creating an explosion of light, momentarily halting the blade. His golden armor shimmered, preparing to dissipate to free him and dodge the fatal blow. Meanwhile, the blue ice dragon, commanded from afar, roared and lunged at Hanley. Before reaching him, it shot a blue light beam. The nascent soul late-stage cultivator believed that even a brief delay in Hanley's attack would allow him to turn the tide with the jade plate's cold energy. But just then, a foot-long silver lotus appeared a few feet below Immortal Hanley, spinning and emitting silver light. Sacred chanting sounds emerged from the lotus. Immortal Hanley felt his body become incredibly heavy, and his internal power largely uncontrollable. The blood light's power drastically diminished. The black blade, unhindered, shattered the blood light and plunged down. Immortal Hanley's scream echoed as the blade struck. This grand elder of the small, extreme palace was indeed formidable. No one knew what kind of body-refining technique he had cultivated, but when the magic bone dagger flashed and was about to pierce his forehead, his neck twisted abruptly to one side in an unimaginable way, stretching out a foot like a monster. It was incredibly bizarre. With a flash of black light, the dagger cut through half of Hanley Shangren's neck and part of his body below it, causing a head to roll to the ground. The golden armor that had formed on his body and the distant blue ice flood dragon disintegrated and vanished in an instant. Upon seeing this, Hanley couldn't help but smile, but the smile froze at the corners of his mouth. The rolling head suddenly emitted a burst of golden light, enveloping it. After a spin, it shot towards the Killin's shadow above. Hanley was startled by this strange sight, but immediately understood what was happening. The opponent's nascent soul was hidden within the head. His face darkened as a layer of green glow appeared. He spat out the word break. Although his voice wasn't loud, when it entered the ears of the head, It felt like a sharp spike had pierced its consciousness, causing a wave of tearing pain. The head let out a shrill scream, with blood oozing from its ears and nose simultaneously. Without the support of the body and being severely injured, Han Li Shangren's nascent soul couldn't withstand Han Li's full-force attack of spiritual piercing. The head shook in midair, and the blue flames surrounding it flickered unsteadily. At this moment, the black dagger flashed again, appearing above Han Li Shangren's head. Amidst the terror-stricken expression on the head, the short blade vanished mysteriously. In the next moment, it appeared on the other side of the head. A thin blood mark appeared down the middle of the head, growing increasingly larger. Simultaneously, with a thunderous roar, Han Li appeared in a silver arc several feet away from the head. Without a word, he rubbed his hands together and then raised them simultaneously. With a loud crackling sound, a large electric net descended from above. The head split in half, and a blue light wrapped around Han Li Shangren's nascent soul shot out from it. The nascent soul opened its small mouth, spitting out a blue flying sword. The sword grew wildly in the wind, reaching a size of about 10 feet in an instant, slashing at the golden net without hesitation. Even before the giant sword actually cut down, the overwhelming spiritual pressure from the sword caused the golden net to sway violently. Han Li's face changed slightly. With a thought, the golden arcs in his hands grew even larger. With a loud bang, the blue and golden lights collided. The power of the blue giant sword was extraordinary, tearing open a hole about a foot wide in the golden net after a few frenzied slashes. Although the hole was only a foot wide, it was more than enough for the nascent soul that followed closely behind. The nascent soul formed a seal with its hands, disappearing from the spot with a swoosh. About 10 feet away outside the golden net, the blue light flashed, and the nascent soul reappeared. It had used the teleportation technique to escape in an instant. The nascent soul showed a look of relief after escaping, waving its small white hand to summon the giant sword behind it. The blue flying sword instantly shrank in size, trying to escape through the gap. Han Li's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He snorted coldly and formed a seal with his hands. The golden net around him crackled and shrank instantly, closing the gap in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, countless golden arcs wrapped around the blue flying sword layer by layer, densely packed. Although the flying sword had been cultivated by Han Li Shangren for many years, and its power far surpassed ordinary magic treasures, it wavered under the relentless crackling of the golden arcs. Its light dimmed intermittently until it was completely covered by the golden light. Han Li waved his hand, and the void sky cauldron appeared in front of him. With a flick of his hand, a green thread shot out from the cauldron, sweeping towards Han Li Shangren's nascent soul 10 feet away. Han Li Shangren, who was desperately trying to reclaim his life-bound treasure, was shocked. After a reluctant glance at the flying sword, he gritted his teeth and disappeared in a flash of blue light. In the next moment, the nascent soul reappeared next to the small blue cauldron. This time, after a brief hesitation, it turned to look at the killen's shadow where it had been before. Although its spell had been forcibly interrupted and its body destroyed, the mystical jade medallion trapped in the killen still glowed brightly, unaffected. However, a faint green shadow floated beside the killen's shadow, staring coldly at the nascent soul with a detached expression. Hanli Shangren shivered involuntarily upon meeting the shadow's gaze, his last shred of hope extinguished. With a swish, the nascent soul didn't hesitate any longer, diving into the cauldron and disappearing. The small cauldron emitted a strange cry, soaring into the air before flashing several times and appearing at the entrance to the passageway. The green threads couldn't keep up with the continuously teleporting nascent soul and dissipated halfway. Having trapped the flying sword with the demonic lightning of the evil dispelling, Hanli watched the nascent soul fly away with a slight smile. With a flash of silver lightning behind him, he transformed into a silver arc and pursued the nascent soul. Hanli Shangren wouldn't wait in place to be caught. He drove the cauldron, transforming into a blue light shooting upwards. After 2 more teleportations, he was near the entrance, with Hanli still about 70 or 80 feet behind. The Grand Elder of the small, extreme palace felt relieved and was about to teleport again to drive the cauldron and open the entrance when a few strands of cold light flew from a nearby jade mine, wrapping around the cauldron. Hanli Shangren dismissed these strands of cold light, thinking that the blue flames on the cauldron would easily repel them. But then, a sudden change occurred. The strands of cold light instantly turned red, merging with the cauldron's blue flames as if ignoring their existence. In the next moment, they melded into the cauldron. The cauldron trembled, and a furious roar came from Hanli Shangren's nascent soul. Blue and red flames appeared on the cauldron, intertwining and causing explosive sounds. The cauldron expanded, growing to several feet in size. The blue flames revealed Hanli Shangren's nascent soul, which looked across in rage and terror. In the red flames, a fist-sized fire crow appeared, emitting low chirps and looking leisurely. At this critical life-and-death moment, Hanli Shangren couldn't afford to hesitate. The nascent soul let out a sharp cry, and the blue flames pounced at the opponent. The fire crow, unconcerned, waved its wing, sending the red flames surging forward. The flames clashed, creating a dazzling display of light and thunderous sounds. This fire crow was the manifestation of a strand of Taiyan true fire. This strand of true fire had become somewhat sentient and had been summoned by Hanli from the array, ambushing at the entrance. Using the cold light from the jade mine as cover, it launched a surprise attack and succeeded. Although the strand of true fire was limited in quantity and couldn't immediately control the cauldron, Hanli Shangren's nascent soul couldn't handle the Taiyan true fire either, preventing him from escaping smoothly. By then, Hanli had caught up, using several thunderous teleports to reach the cauldron. Seeing he couldn't reclaim the cauldron, the nascent soul showed a panicked expression. A blue light shot out from the cauldron, attempting to escape. The nascent soul had abandoned the cauldron and fled alone. Han Li's expression changed slightly, but quickly raised his hand, summoning a small green ruler. Reciting a low incantation and enveloping the ruler in 7-colored Buddha light, the small green ruler glowed brightly. It disappeared from his hand, but reappeared above Han Li Shangren's nascent soul in the next moment. The nascent soul was shocked and formed a seal, attempting to teleport again. However, the green ruler trembled, revealing a bowl-sized silver lotus flower. The lotus turned, emitting Buddhist chants and releasing a 7-colored light. The nascent soul felt its true energy condense, unable to move under the Buddha light. Its small face turned pale. Silver arcs flashed as Han Li appeared in midair, looking down coldly. This green ruler was the 8-spirit ruler, a spiritual treasure Han Li had obtained previously. Although he had only cultivated the first layer of the treasure technique, its power was astonishing, seemingly surpassing the void sky cauldron in combat. Of course, his success in subduing the nascent soul of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator was largely due to the opponent being reduced to only a nascent soul, having consumed most of its energy in a previous powerful secret technique. Otherwise, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator's nascent soul would not be so easily subdued. Having restrained the opponent with the 8-spirit ruler, Han Li didn't waste any words. He raised his hand, and 5 golden arcs shot out, transforming into golden snakes that bit the nascent soul, coiling and binding it tightly. Without stopping, he waved his sleeve, sending out several restriction talismans that formed various restraints on the nascent soul's body. He then retrieved over a dozen silver needles from his storage pouch, which quickly pierced the vital points of the nascent soul. Han Li Shangren's nascent soul twitched violently before the light in its eyes dimmed. Seeing this, Han Li finally relaxed, clapping his hands with a faint smile. Han Li stowed away the small green ruler, gently landing in front of the nascent soul, which now displayed an expression of resentment. With a cold, icy gaze, the nascent soul glared at Han Li, its lips tightly shut. It was evident that this grand elder of the small, extreme palace understood that, having fought to this point, any pleas for mercy would only be self-degrading. He likely regretted not destroying his nascent soul with a secret technique before being captured. Now completely subdued by Han Li, self-destruction was out of the question. Han Li smiled slightly at the restrained nascent soul of Han Li Shangren, but said nothing. Instead, he flicked his sleeve, and a small, emerald green bottle flew out, hovering above the nascent soul. With a gentle tap from Han Li, the bottle's mouth flipped, emitting a radiant white light. A stream of light surged out, enveloping the nascent soul and sucking it into the bottle. Han Li then extended a hand towards the distant void sky cauldron. The strand of Taiyin true fire wrapped around the cauldron shot towards him and disappeared into his sleeve in a flash. Only then did Han Li collect the green bottle artifact and transform into a streak of green light, flying downward. Moments later, the green light flashed, and Han Li reappeared above the pile of rubble. With a glance around, his brows furrowed slightly. White Mengxin, previously trapped within the silver light curtain, was now lying at the edge of the rubble. Her blood was flowing freely from a gaping, bowl-sized hole in her abdomen, and she had already become a lifeless corpse. Moreover, her body was entirely drained of blood and spiritual energy, clearly indicating that her nascent soul had already exited her body. Looking up, Han Li saw the puppet standing motionlessly beside the Killin's shadow, as if it hadn't moved at all since he left. However, floating before it were the Yuan shield and the demon bone dagger, both shimmering with faint spiritual light. About 50 feet away, 5 humanoid skeletons stood shakily together. The overwhelming grayish-white demonic aura had dissipated completely. One of the skeletons held a light blue storage pouch, while another toyed with a small clump of black flames, flickering dimly. Han Li soon relaxed his brows. With a sweep of his divine sense, he connected with the human-shaped puppet, quickly understanding what had transpired. White Mengxin, seeing Han Li destroy Han Li Shangren's physical body and then chase after his nascent soul, was terrified. She desperately self-destructed several ancient treasures to break the light curtain formed by the Yuan shield, attempting to escape. However, the puppet, under Han Li's command to let no one escape, unhesitatingly used the demon bone dagger to pierce her abdomen, destroying her body. Her nascent soul emerged, but was swiftly obliterated by the puppet's thunderfire bow and golden thunderwood arrow. Thus, White Mengxin disappeared from the world. As for the blue-robed middle-aged man, he ultimately succumbed to the 5 demons' siege, having his body, nascent soul, and even several treasures devoured entirely, leaving only his storage pouch and a remnant of extremely cold flames. Understanding the situation, Han Li exhaled lightly, saying nothing as he beckoned to the 5 demons. The storage pouch and the clump of black flames floated over to him, landing gently in his hands. Han Li glanced briefly at the storage pouch before tucking it away. However, he showed interest in the black flames. After a moment's hesitation, he rubbed his hands together. With a crackle, countless thin arcs of golden lightning shot from his hands, wrapping around the black flames and binding them into a fist-sized golden ball. With a tap of his storage pouch, a frosty icebox appeared in his hand. Han Li casually tossed the golden ball into the box and stored it away. He then turned his gaze to White Mengxin's corpse. After a brief contemplation, he flicked his sleeve, sending out a crimson fireball. With a whoosh, the corpse was instantly engulfed in flames. However, a white flame emerged from the corpse, rolling and extinguishing the surrounding fire before condensing into a white fireball, attempting to re-enter the corpse. This was the phoenix ice flame that White Mengxin had cultivated. Even after her spirit perished, The remnant of this extremely cold flame returned to her body. But Han Li, prepared for this, wouldn't let the flame escape. With a grasping motion, a large hand formed of purple azure flame appeared, swiftly capturing the white flame and pulling it back. At the same time, he beckoned the storage pouch on the corpse to fly into his hand. Using the same method, he sealed the phoenix ice flame with his repelling evil god thunder and stored it in the icebox. Though the flames had mostly dissipated due to the death of their owner, the remaining essence could enhance the power of his purple azure flame. However, now was not the time for experiments. Han Li then dealt with Han Li Shangren's corpse. To his surprise, the pair of golden winged weasels which had concerned him were not in the spirit beast bag on the corpse. This puzzled him slightly, but he collected the storage pouch and dismissed the matter. After handling everything, Han Li turned his gaze to the Killin's shadow and the mysterious jade token, his expression serious. Although the shadow was an inanimate object, it contained immense spiritual power. It seemed to be composed of both cold energy and pure spiritual power, making it hard for Han Li to discern its true nature. After a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand, intending to release a sword beam to test the shadow. But suddenly, a flash of fire emerged from his sleeve, and a streak of red flame shot into the Killin's shadow, transforming into a fire crow. This was the spirit of the Taiyan true fire. Watching the fire crow leisurely absorb the surrounding white energy from the Killin's shadow, Han Li lowered his hand, deciding to let it be. He then turned his attention to a distant 5-colored light curtain. The roaring from within had weakened, but it hadn't stopped. The gray-robed monk and the old woman were still fiercely battling. Apparently, due to the barrier's concealment, they hadn't realized the outside battle had ended and couldn't have imagined that Han Li, with his mid-nascent soul stage cultivation, had wiped out a great cultivator and 2 same-level cultivators. Only a short while had passed since the fight began. Han Li enveloped himself in blue light, transforming into a blue streak that shot towards the 5-colored light curtain, hovering above it and looking down. After a moment, he smirked coldly. With a thought, the puppet and the 5 humanoid skeletons floated over, landing behind him. Han Li flicked his sleeve, releasing 36 golden small swords. They transformed into 36 streaks of golden light, swirling above his head. With several incantations, the golden lights trembled, splitting into over 100 identical beams that shot in all directions around the curtain. Astonishingly, the beams vanished without a trace. He had set up the Grand Zheng sword formation, enveloping the entire area. Then Han Li raised his hand, sending a yellow light shooting out. It circled above the light curtain before transforming into a magic-breaking staff, emitting a faint yellow glow. With a calm expression, Han Li closed his eyes and chanted an incantation, activating the treasure. The staff trembled, its body expanding rapidly, growing over 10 feet long and as thick as a water tank in the blink of an eye. Han Li ceased his incantation, opening his eyes calmly. With a flick of his wrist, a small cluster of 7-colored Buddhist light appeared in his hand. He placed it on the staff, and the staff was enveloped in 7-colored light, emitting a low hum. "Go," Hanli commanded, pointing at the staff. The giant staff descended fiercely, striking the light curtain below. A deafening crash echoed through the underground cavern. The 5-colored light curtain shattered under the immense force of the magic-breaking staff, breaking into countless fragments that dispersed into dots of spiritual light. Han Li was momentarily stunned by what he saw inside. Then his face turned strange. "Unexpectedly, you two were putting on a show. How about letting me join in? Otherwise, without opponents, wouldn't it be a pity?" Han Li's expression returned to normal as he spoke casually. Inside the light curtain, the gray-robed monk and the old woman sat on 2 large rocks about 10 feet apart, eyes closed in meditation. In the space between them, a rat-like spirit beast, the size of a fist, inflated and deflated its belly, producing sounds of explosions, making it seem like 2 powerful cultivators were fiercely battling. The gray-robed monk and the old woman hadn't fought at all. They were using the spirit beast's sounds to deceive those outside the barrier. The light screen shattered with a single strike from Han Li, causing the 2 meditating figures below to open their eyes and look at Han Li with astonishment. At that moment, a new layer of a green and yellow light screen appeared above the 2, faintly shimmering. Although it was much smaller than the previous 5-colored screen, it was enough to envelop them. In the center of the light screen, a semi-transparent brocade scarf floated and slowly rotated. This light screen was a magical ability released by the brocade scarf. "It's you." The old woman, her face full of wrinkles, was in disbelief. The gray-robed monk's expression was also uncertain. Han Li glanced at the brocade scarf and the new light screen below, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "It seems you did put some effort into hiding yourselves, using a treasure to conceal your presence. No wonder I couldn't see through such a simple illusion with my spiritual eyes. So, you two have been planning to profit from others' fights. Truly admirable." Han Li's words were polite, but his face showed no emotion, and there was even a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. The gray-robed monk, having regained his composure, chanted a Buddhist mantra before saying, "Han Taoist friend, your abilities are indeed extraordinary, to the point where even Han Li Daoyu and his companions couldn't capture you. But where are Han Li and his companions now? Have they left the cave on their own?" The monk glanced around the underground cave, but couldn't find any trace of Han Li Daoyu and his companions, growing increasingly alarmed. He couldn't believe that Han Li could have defeated all 3 of them on his own. Han Li squinted, shook his head, then nodded, and finally sighed without saying a word. This left the 2 below somewhat perplexed. "HMPH, there's no need for pretense, Taoist friend. If Han Li Daoyu has left the cave, we must also escape quickly, or we will be trapped when he calls in other Xiaoji Palace cultivators," the old woman said, her eyes wide with anger. "You need not worry about them. They have been mostly killed by me. Han Li Daeyu's nascent soul is still intact. Do you wish to see him one last time before joining him on the other side?" Han Li said bluntly. "Han Li Daeyu defeated him. Impossible. What do you mean by your last words?" The old woman was shocked and then furious. "Nothing much. I may not know your exact relationship or plans, but it doesn't matter. Trying to use me against the Zyooji Palace cultivators while harboring ill intentions is enough for me. I hate being used. Besides, I don't want anyone to know about my possession of the Tangshan treasure. It's time for you two to disappear from this world," Han Li said calmly, closing his eyes and chanting incantations. The gray-robed monk and the old woman were startled and sensed the nearby spiritual energy fluctuations, quickly looking around. They saw countless golden lights flickering tens of feet away, followed by the appearance of fine golden threads. These threads moved erratically, silently converging towards the center, creating an eerie and silent atmosphere. "A sword array," the old woman exclaimed upon seeing Han Li's sudden attack. The gray-robed monk's heart sank. Trying to calm his suspicions about Han Li defeating Han Li Daeyu, he said loudly, "Han brother, please don't misunderstand. We mean no harm. There are still many Zyooji Palace cultivators outside the Void Spirit Hall. If Han Li Daeyu doesn't come out, you won't be able to leave easily. We should join forces to fight the enemy. As for the Tangshan treasure, we can swear not to reveal anything." "No need. I only trust the dead to keep secrets," Han Li replied with a sneer. "Moji brother, no need to say more. Look at the things behind him. With these, he doesn't need to consider us at all," the old woman said coldly, revealing a yellow cane. The monk was startled to see a humanoid puppet and 5 human skeletons standing tens of feet behind Han Li. His face changed. "What are those? And who is the other person?" the monk asked, alarmed. "Those skeletons seem to be the legendary 5 sons of the same heart demons. As for the other person, I don't know. This must be how he caught Han Li Daeyu off guard. We need to act quickly and break this sword array before he activates those demons. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble. Use the item meant for Han Li Daeyu against him if necessary," the old woman said through a voice transmission. The monk sighed. "We have no choice. However, that item may not be as effective since he doesn't practice ice-based techniques." "No other choice. At least we can severely injure him if not kill him. We underestimated him. Originally, we thought he would weaken Han Li Daeyu enough for us to finish off, but he defeated him without getting hurt. If we knew, we wouldn't have come," the old woman said bitterly. "It's too late for regrets. Let's break the sword array first. If necessary, we'll use that item. Even if it costs us, the Tangshan treasure and 5 sons of the same heart demons are worth it," the monk replied, his expression darkening. He no longer looked benevolent but sinister. The old woman snorted, and her cane transformed into a yellow beast with sharp teeth, which spewed yellow light swords towards the golden threads. The monk conjured 2 silver wheels, which grew in size and rolled towards the threads. Hanli watched coldly as the yellow swords and silver wheels were cut into pieces by the golden threads and fell to the ground. What kind of sword array is this? The old woman and the monk gasped in fear. Unwilling to give up, the old woman conjured a giant blue brick-like treasure, which was also shredded by the golden threads. No way. The blue-gold brick was indestructible. The old woman cried out. The monk directed a sound wave attack from a bloated gray beast, but it was also dissipated by the golden threads, which transformed into large sword lights, slashing the sound waves apart before reverting to threads. The two were horrified, realizing they were up against a formidable and unfathomable sword array. Chapter 1108, Seizing Treasure. The gray-robed monk's face turned exceptionally grim. This sword formation was far more profound than they had anticipated. Hanli saw that although the two below had drastic changes in their expressions, they never truly showed signs of panic. His eyes flashed thoughtfully a few times, and his eye corners couldn't help but twitch slightly. At this moment, the old woman and her companion took out several other treasures, trying to fend off the approaching sword threads. Hanli's expression changed. The humanoid puppet standing behind him suddenly flickered with faint spiritual light and disappeared from sight. Moments later, the golden threads of the sword formation were only about 20 yards away from the two. The situation forced the old woman and the gray-robed monk to start self-detonating the ancient treasures they had summoned. Although this temporarily halted the golden threads, it couldn't stop them from continuing to approach. No, this sword formation is too strange. Ordinary treasures can't break it. Use that thing quickly. Only its power can shatter this formation. The old woman, seeing the golden threads getting closer, finally showed fear on her face and anxiously turned to the gray-robed monk. Using that will break the formation, but how will we deal with Han afterwards? The gray-robed monk hesitated. We can't worry about that now. Breaking the formation gives us a chance of survival. Otherwise, once the formation closes in, we'll be dead, and keeping that item won't help us. The old woman responded without hesitation. Hearing this, the gray-robed monk's face twitched. Seeing the golden threads closing in several more yards, he gritted his teeth and nodded. He immediately patted the storage bag at his waist, and a peculiar item appeared in his hand. It was a fist-sized fire-red sphere, glowing red and making it impossible to see what it truly was. However, the sphere had a golden and silver restrictive talisman on its surface. The gray-robed monk held this item with a cautious and serious expression. Mo Jiao, hurry up. If we use this too close, we'll be caught in it too, the old woman shouted sharply, seeing the golden threads only about 10 yards away. The gray-robed monk sighed and reached to tear off the talisman on the red sphere, seemingly ready to use it. But at that moment, a faint silver light flashed behind the gray-robed monk, and a figure emerged from the void, moving silently like a ghost. The monk noticed nothing unusual. The old woman, standing opposite the monk, saw the anomaly and cried out in alarm. Watch out behind you." While warning, she flicked her sleeve, and a yellow light shot toward the figure. The gray-robed monk, alarmed by the old woman's warning, instinctively shifted his body to dodge while trying to retract the hand holding the sphere. However, he was a bit too late. The figure behind him was the humanoid puppet, possessing the abilities of a late nascent soul cultivator. It moved like lightning, one hand piercing towards the monk's back while the other grabbed at the red sphere. The speed was astonishing. The monk staggered with a grunt. The puppet's silver hand easily broke through the monk's protective aura, but as it touched his back, a black-feathered bird phantom emerged from his body. Although the puppet's silver hand cut through the bird phantom, its movement slowed, missing the vital point but slicing a long wound on the monk's shoulder, causing blood to gush out. The other hand reaching for the sphere almost succeeded, but the sphere shot toward the old woman. The old woman's yellow light reached the puppet, revealing a sparkling yellow needle. The puppet's eyes glowed purple, ignoring the needle while its arm trembled and detached, flying after the sphere and catching it before returning. The yellow needle struck the puppet's head, causing a muffled explosion and yellow light. Not good. Ah. Two contrasting cries of alarm and joy came from the monk and the old woman. The monk was shocked and angry as the sphere was taken, while the old woman rejoiced at her powerful magic tool hitting the unprotected puppet. The puppet staggered back several steps before stabilizing. It coldly looked at the old woman, with a thumb-sized hole in its temple that quickly healed, leaving no trace. This scene left the old woman dumbfounded, but she soon sensed something and screamed. "My yellow plum needle, what have you done to it?" The puppet raised its hand, revealing the yellow needle trapped in silver light, struggling to escape but unable to. Seeing this, the old woman's face turned pale. She was about to speak when the puppet crushed the needle with a burst of silver light, rendering it dull and lifeless. The old woman screamed, spitting blood and suffering a significant loss of vitality. The gray-robed monk, with a pale face, ignored his injury and raised his hands, releasing countless fist-sized silver lights with thunderous roars. It was unclear what these were, but their momentum was astonishing. Han Li, watching from above, coldly smiled and moved his mind. The puppet formed hand seals, glowing silver, and disappeared again. The silver light struck the void, accomplishing nothing. The monk and the old woman exchanged desperate glances. The golden threads were now only about 8 yards away, leaving no escape. Hovering in the air, Han Li coldly watched. The Dajan sword formation finally closed, transforming into a giant golden sphere. Explosions and screams came from within. Through his spiritual vision, Han Li saw the mid-nascent soul cultivators shredded to pieces. Their nascent souls lasted a bit longer, but were eventually obliterated by the continuous sword strikes. Their storage bags and treasures were all destroyed, leaving only 2 small clusters of extremely cold flames floating in the air. Han Li sighed, his expression turning slightly lonely. After a moment, the humanoid puppet reappeared silently beside him, handing over the seized red sphere. Without a word, Han Li took it and examined it. The sphere was semi-transparent, with a dazzling red flame inside, resembling a lifelike miniature firebird, surrounded by colorful runes. Despite Han Li's extensive knowledge of ancient texts, he couldn't recognize these runes, suggesting they might be a new type of ancient script. Han Li studied it for a long time, frowning. Since the two had used it as a last resort, it was undoubtedly extraordinary. Though the sphere seemed mysterious and contained significant fire attribute spiritual power, it was laughable to think it could break his Dajan sword formation with just that. The true power likely lay in the runes, which he couldn't decipher. This was not the time for detailed study. Han Li attached a few restrictive talismans to the sphere, then placed it in a golden wooden box for future examination. Han Li then looked towards the Kilin phantom. In the short time, it had shrunk while the spirit crow inside grew more vigorous. Seeing this, Han Li stroked his chin, deep in thought. Not in a hurry to retrieve the true fire, he chanted a spell, summoning over 100 golden lights. Most vanished, leaving 36 small golden swords. With a flick of his sleeve, the swords turned into golden rainbows, disappearing into his sleeve. His gaze then fell on the 2 cold flames left behind. The 2 cold flames floated silently, emitting a faint light, appearing unremarkable. Han Li did not immediately collect the 2 clusters of cold flames, but instead tilted his head and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a flash of insight appeared in his eyes as he glanced at the 5-sun demon body behind him, and then at the 2 clusters of cold flames below. He suddenly understood something and burst into laughter. His laughter echoed through the entire cave. Very good. It seems this trip was indeed worth it. Han Li stopped laughing and muttered to himself. He beckoned with his hands, and the 2 clusters of cold flames were drawn into the air by an invisible force, quickly arriving in front of him. Amid the thunderous sound, Han Li released numerous fine golden arcs, also imprisoning the 2 clusters of cold flames into golden thread balls, which he then collected into a mysterious ice box. After doing all this, Han Li flicked his sleeve and took out a black jade bottle. As he chanted an incantation, he intended to reseal the 5-sun demon body back into the jade bottle. The 5 demons seemed to understand Han Li's intentions and hesitated, showing reluctance to return to the bottle. Han Li's face darkened, and he shouted sternly, pointing his finger. The silver rings on the 5 demons trembled, emitting a blue spiritual light. The 5 demons, having suffered from these rings multiple times before, immediately obeyed Han Li's command upon seeing this, transforming into 5 streams of gray-white gas and shooting into the bottle. Only then did Han Li flick his sleeve, rolling up the small bottle and carefully putting it away. As for the humanoid puppet beside him, Han Li did not intend to put it away. Instead, he took out a piece of high-grade green spirit stone from his storage bag and patted it onto the puppet, replacing the nearly exhausted spirit stone. The puppet, unless in full combat mode, consumed very little of the spirit stone's power. Hanli moved, lightly landing on a large stone amidst the rubble. This stone exposed some large grains of millennium mysterious jade, emitting a faint white light. Raising an eyebrow, Hanli brushed his storage bag with his hand, producing a long-necked bottle. With a flick of his finger, the bottle's cap flew off. Tilting it slightly, a large mass of pitch-black liquid, emitting gray vapor, poured out. This liquid was identical to the yin spirit water Bai Mengxin used to extract millennium mysterious jade. This liquid was the sinking water Han Li had brought from the ghost mist underworld. Finding it peculiar at the time, he had collected quite a bit of it. Later, in his spare time, he studied this water but only discovered that it was thick and cold, temporarily adding some yin fire to magical tools. Finding no other special use, he had left it in his storage bag. Upon witnessing Bai Mengxin extracting the mysterious jade in the mysterious jade cave, Han Li realized that this so-called yin spirit water was exactly the same as the sinking water. Though he didn't dare to confirm their exact similarities before the crowd, he was fairly confident they were the same substance. Now, being the only one left in the cave, Han Li naturally wanted to give it a try. Pointing at the black liquid, it trembled and floated above the stone. Then a small drop fell into the white light below. Just as with Bai Mengxin's extraction, the black liquid disappeared into the mysterious jade, covering it with a layer of gray vapor. Delighted, Han Li flicked his finger at the mysterious jade. A bean-sized green light shot out, hitting the mysterious jade. With a light pop, the mysterious jade shook and fell from the stone, being drawn into Han Li's hand. After carefully examining the mysterious jade and scanning the glowing mineral veins throughout the cave, Han Li smiled. Though he didn't have enough sinking water to empty the entire cave, he could take away most of the exposed mysterious jade. Thinking this, Han Li patted his storage bag, producing another long-necked bottle, which he tossed to the humanoid puppet. The puppet silently took the bottle, moving to another part of the cave. One hand held the bottle, releasing the sinking water, while the other collected the mysterious jade into a storage bag. Han Li did the same. As time passed, the cold aura filling the cave thinned significantly. The once numerous white light points in the cave had decreased by more than 2/3. When Han Li dripped the last drop of sinking water onto a piece of mysterious jade and collected it into his storage bag, he let out a long breath, though a trace of regret crossed his face. If he had known the sinking water had this special use, he wouldn't have brought so little of it. However, even so, the amount of millennium mysterious jade he had collected was astounding. The collected jade, of various sizes, totaled over 1,000 pieces. Some larger pieces required more than a single drop of yin spirit water. Otherwise, he could have collected even more. While Han Li pondered over this, the humanoid puppet suddenly moved, floating back to him and handing over a bulging storage bag. Han Li took it, scanning it with his divine sense. Inside were also about 1,000 pieces. This amount of mysterious jade made Han Li start considering using it not only for his 72 flying swords, but also for refining other treasures or enhancing existing ones. However, even with these uses, he wouldn't use up all the mysterious jade. Most of it would be used to refine his extreme cold flame with the jade's cold aura. The jade's cold aura would make refining the cold flame much more efficient. Han Li didn't dwell on these thoughts, pushing them aside for now. He stored the bag and looked up at the true sun fire raven. By now, the fire raven had grown 5 or 6 times larger, the size of a head. The Killin phantom had almost dissipated, leaving a thin layer of white vapor around the raven. The jade talisman was in the raven's mouth, being played with. Han Li was initially surprised, then smiled wryly, hastily calling the jade talisman. The talisman flew to his hand, leaving the fire raven, which then absorbed the remaining white vapor. The raven reformed into flames, then back into its bird form, circling excitedly before landing on Han Li's shoulder, tidying its now more vibrant red feathers. Han Li, observing the raven, showed a hint of surprise. The true sun fire had become much more spirited. Glancing at the jade talisman, he grabbed a wisp of the jade's cold aura with his other hand, enveloping it in purple flame. Han Li's eyes glowed blue, clearly seeing the cold light within the purple flame had become scattered, no longer resembling solid threads, now just like ordinary cold aura. Han Li was enlightened, marveling at the jade talisman, and stored it in his bag. After thoroughly searching the jade cave to ensure nothing was left, he took the humanoid puppet and the fire raven, turning into a green streak and flying toward the entrance. The entrance was tightly sealed. Without a word, Han Li flicked his sleeve, sending out a small blue cauldron that spun and hovered before him. While other cultivators might struggle to control this cauldron, as it required mastery of the blue ice flame, Han Li had no such issue. Casting a spell, the purple flame covering him turned blue, transforming into the blue ice flame. With a point of his finger, a wisp of blue flame shot out, hitting the cauldron, which then emitted countless blue flames and began to expand. Han Li slowly controlled the cauldron, and when it reached 3 to 4 yards, he changed his spell and let out a low shout. The cauldron shot towards the entrance, seemingly trying to break it open. Han Li remained calm. As the cauldron neared the entrance, the mysterious symbols on the entrance lit up, and streams of light flowed into the cauldron's blue flames. With a rumble, the entrance slowly cracked open, a few yards wide. Chapter 11:10, Encountering the Monster Again. Han Li, accompanied by his puppets and the fire crow, shot out from the crevice in a flash and reappeared on the altar within the void spirit hall. Without looking back, he made a beckoning gesture with his hand, and the Kyanlin cauldron swiftly shrank and flew into his sleeve, disappearing inside. With a rumbling sound, the crevice of the Xuniu cave sealed shut again. Hanli glanced around. It was quiet all around. Not a single figure could be seen, and everything was exactly as it had been when he entered the Xuniu cave. He breathed a sigh of relief, but frowned as he gazed at the dense cluster of tall ice pillars before the altar. This ice soul cold fierce array was indeed troublesome. Although he believed the cold energy within the array wouldn't pose much of a threat to him, breaking this array wasn't an easy task. After all, this wasn't some temporary restriction, but a genuine ancient formation with undiminished power. Moreover, Han Li was even more concerned not just about the array, but about how to open the main door of the Void Spirit Hall. When he first entered, Han Li was assured by Han Li that opening the door from the inside would be simple, but he was certain that this statement was at least partly false. Even if it was easier to open from the inside, there was likely a special incantation needed. Thinking this, he didn't immediately touch the ice soul cold fierce array. Instead, he slapped his storage bag, and a stack of formation flags glowing with various lights appeared in his hand, which he immediately tossed down. 7 or 8 different colored lights flashed and disappeared, sinking into empty spots on the altar. A thick, white mist then emerged, spreading over an area of more than 10 yards. Seeing this, Han Li turned his palm over, and a bottle containing Han Li's nascent soul appeared in his hand. Before making any further moves, he planned to use a soul-searching technique to carefully examine this nascent soul of the great elder of the Extreme Palace, to better understand the situation in the Void Spirit Hall and avoid falling into any traps. Of course, any information about the solar true fire would also be valuable. Holding the bottle with one hand, Han Li floated down into the mist. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared within the fog. The Void Spirit Hall fell silent, with only the mist within the formation gently swirling. After a full hour, the white mist suddenly shook violently and began to thin rapidly. When most of the fog had cleared, Han Li's figure reappeared in the middle. Han Li sat cross-legged on the ground, deep in thought, with a troubled expression. The bottle containing Han Li's nascent soul was empty beside him, its contents missing. I didn't expect the solar true fire to be in such a place. It seems I can't venture there until I reach the late nascent soul stage. As for the Void Spirit Hall, there are 3 entrances but only one main exit. It seems Han Li never intended to let me leave easily. Without the soul-searching technique, I would have been at a major disadvantage, Han Li murmured to himself, his brows finally relaxing. Standing up, he summoned a cloud of cyan light, which swept up the formation flags and the empty bottle. Then, with a flick of his fingers, he transformed into a cyan rainbow and flew towards a side door. The light faded as Han Li stopped in front of the side door, glancing at the several clearly ancient sealing talismans pasted on it. He looked at the fire crow on his shoulder, his thoughts stirring. The fire crow, transformed from the lunar true fire, let out a low chirp and flapped its wings, sending out 2 crimson flames. With a soft puff, the talismans burst into flames, emitting various lights. But these lights flickered only briefly, before dimming instantly. In a moment, all the talismans were covered in a layer of crystal ice. Han Li smiled faintly and flicked his fingers, sending out several streaks of golden light. With a few crisp bangs, the talismans and the ice covering them shattered into pieces, turning to dust. Han Li stroked his chin and waved his sleeve casually, sending a gust of wind towards the stone door. With a creak, the side door slowly opened. Without hesitation, Han Li stepped through, followed closely by his human-shaped puppet. Through the unremarkable stone door was a courtyard over 100 yards wide. In the center, a winding white stone path led between several lifelike, white crystal statues of various beasts, seemingly carved from profound ice. Glancing at the ice sculptures, Han Li's eyes flashed with interest, but he paid them no further attention and strolled along the path toward the gate at the far end. At first, everything seemed normal, but when he reached the middle of the path, several dozen of the ice sculptures suddenly came to life, their eyes glowing red. They bared their fangs and claws, spewing cold air as they lunged at Han Li. Han Li appeared to have expected this, his expression calm as he flipped his hand to reveal a small red cauldron. With a flick of his finger, he activated the cauldron with a spell. The cauldron emitted a humming sound, and with a loud roar, a 10-yard pillar of fire shot out from it. The temperature in the courtyard instantly soared. The ice beasts, now hesitant, slowed their charge, seemingly deterred by the heat. Despite the ice beast's slow advance, Han Li did not falter. With a command, the fire pillar scattered. Hundreds of fist-sized fire crows emerged from the flames, forming a fiery cloud as they swarmed the ice beasts. In a flash, the temperature in the courtyard rose even further, enveloping the entire area in a sea of fire. Though the ice beasts were made of profound ice, the fire crows were the essence of flames, refined over countless years within the cauldron. The beasts' desperate attempts to resist with their cold breath were futile as they were melted and dissolved by the flames. Within moments, the courtyard was devoid of any ice beasts. Satisfied, Han Li nodded and gently flicked his finger at the cauldron. With a clear ringing sound, the fire crows circled in the air and obediently flew back into the cauldron. As the lid fell shut, the cauldron quieted. Simultaneously, the sea of fire in the courtyard vanished without a trace, as if it had been an illusion. The fire crow on Han Li's shoulder, seeing similar creatures, showed no interest, simply preening its feathers in disdain. Han Li put away the cauldron and disappeared through the gate at the end of the courtyard. Soon, he arrived in a small hall. In the center of the seemingly simple hall was a small teleportation array. Han Li showed no surprise, as if he had known there was a teleportation array here. With his hands behind his back, he seemed ready to inspect the array. But just then, the array's white light began to flicker, indicating something was about to be transmitted. Hanley murmured, slightly surprised. Given his current abilities, even if another late nascent soul cultivator or the Extreme Palace's master arrived, he wouldn't be afraid. He stopped and watched the teleportation array quietly. To be safe, his human-shaped puppet vanished, hiding its presence. The teleportation array was small, capable of transmitting only 2 or 3 people at a time. As the white light brightened, 3 slender figures stumbled out. Hanley's eyes narrowed. It was 3 young women in extreme palace robes, all around the Foundation establishment stage, with the oldest at the pseudocore formation stage. The 3 women looked panic-stricken, their clothes disheveled. One had a bleeding shoulder, clearly wounded from a recent battle. "Who are you?" "Ah, Senior Han." The women were initially startled by the unfamiliar man before them. 2 drew their flying swords, but the wounded woman recognized Han Li and exclaimed in relief. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, then recognized the woman as the Hua family maid who had served him in the VIP building. "So it's you. What happened?" Han Li asked calmly. The other 2 women, though unsure of Han Li's identity, relaxed seeing their companion recognized him. Scanning his cultivation level, they were both shocked and delighted. Before they could greet him, the teleportation array flashed again, emitting a foul stench as a large beast appeared. It had 2 horns, a horse-like face, stood on 2 legs, wielding a green steel fork and had long black mane. "Senior, be careful. These monsters are attacking our palace. This one was chasing us just now," the women cried out, retreating in fear. The beast grinned viciously at the sight of the women, raising its fork to charge. But before it could move, a red light flashed behind it, followed by a loud explosion and a fleeting green shadow. With a shriek, the beast revealed a fist-sized hole in its chest, burned and charred. The beast staggered, dropping its fork, and fell lifeless in the array. The Hua family woman was somewhat aware that Han Li was a nascent soul-level cultivator, whom even the elders of the palace treated with utmost respect. Although it seemed he hadn't acted personally, it was surely connected to the senior Han. Therefore, eliminating a 6th or 7th level beast wouldn't have been difficult for him. The other 2 female cultivators also felt a sense of relief. "They've breached the main hall. Isn't your void spirit palace heavily fortified? How could such a thing happen?" Hanley swept his sleeve, and a gust of wind blew away the beast's corpse from the array. Then he asked calmly, "We aren't sure either. We were patrolling the hall when suddenly a large number of beasts appeared inside, as if they bypassed the external restrictions and directly invaded the main hall," the woman said hesitantly, clearly puzzled. "It seems these beasts have employed some special methods," Han Li murmured to himself. The world was full of bizarre secret arts and treasures. Nothing could truly surprise him anymore. Just as Han Li was about to say more, the teleportation array suddenly activated again. This time, although the three young female cultivators were startled, they remained relatively calm due to Han Li's presence. They only took a few steps back and stared intently at the array. The white light flashed, revealing an ordinary-looking woman in her 30s. She immediately cast a protective ring around herself, but upon seeing Han Li and the three women, she froze. However, when she noticed the beast's corpse beside the array and re-examined Han Li, a look of delight appeared on her face. "Greetings, Aunt Yao," the three female cultivators exclaimed joyfully, bowing to the woman. The woman waved them off and stepped out of the array, bowing respectfully to Han Li. "Junior greets Senior Han. You recognize me." Han Li glanced at the woman, finding her face unfamiliar, which puzzled him. "Junior Yao Man, I used to serve as an inspector in the palace. I once saw you from afar during a patrol," the woman said respectfully. "I see," Han Li replied noncommittally. "Senior, are you here with our palace elders? The beasts have suddenly invaded the main hall, and I was sent to seek help from Elder Hanley," the woman asked directly, glancing towards the hall's entrance. "Hanley and the others are currently preoccupied," Han Li said with a calm expression. "I've heard that you and some palace elders are engaged in something extremely important. But these invading beasts are formidable. If the elders don't intervene soon, our palace could face a catastrophe," the woman said anxiously. "Oh, are the invading beasts that formidable? Isn't your palace master a late-stage great cultivator? Can't she handle them?" Han Li asked, his eyes glinting. "I was sent by the palace master to seek help. When I left, she was already entangled with a powerful beast and couldn't attend to anything else," the woman said with a bitter smile. "Hanley and the others have entered the Xuanyu cave. If you think you can summon them, go ahead. I'll check the situation with the beasts," Han Li said nonchalantly, stepping into the teleportation array. "Senior, be careful. There are many beasts on the other side, and the array's location might not be secure," the woman warned, startled but unable to stop him. Hanley nodded, raised his hand, and activated the array with a green spell. The white light flashed, and just as the transmission began, a silver flash behind Han Li revealed a green figure, and the two were transmitted simultaneously. "Who was that?" the woman exclaimed. "Not sure, but that beast was slain by him," the pseudocore formation disciple said hesitantly. "I heard several external seniors are here. That might be another one. You three stay here. If enemies come through the array, hold them off. I'll head to Xuanyu Cave to try summoning the elders," the woman instructed. "Understood." The three women bowed, and the woman flew off towards Xuanyu Cave. Elsewhere, Han Li and his humanoid puppet emerged from the array, still disoriented from the transmission. The puppet disappeared instantly. Two screams rang out, followed by a thud as something fell to the ground. Hanley looked over to see a beast's corpse in a pool of blood, with a man and woman, two core formation disciples of the palace, staring in shock at the puppet, which was retracting its silver arm from another beast's chest. The beast fell dead. The hall resembled the one with the teleportation array, with Han Li glancing at the two disciples before walking towards the door, from where sounds of fierce battle echoed. The two disciples hesitated, then remained silent as Han Li and his puppet left the hall. Outside, in a side hall, a dozen disciples were fiercely battling beasts. Spells and beast auras filled the air, the sounds of explosions and roars deafening. Hanley scanned the scene briefly before ignoring it. These beasts and cultivators were mostly at the Foundation establishment and core formation levels, not worth his attention. He turned into a blue streak and shot towards the hall's entrance. In moments, he reached the door but was suddenly attacked by a strange, black-scaled beast spewing black gas. Han Li sighed. This beast, despite its power, lacked intelligence. Other beasts avoided Han Li's bright aura, but this one foolishly attacked. Han Li flicked his finger, sending 5 piercing green lights. The beast screamed as its protective aura was pierced, and it fell dead. Seeing Han Li effortlessly slay a fellow beast, the other creatures were terrified, while the palace disciples were invigorated. Han Li, now outside the side hall, followed the location he had extracted from Han Li's nascent soul, flying quickly through the palace. Everywhere he passed, beasts and cultivators battled fiercely. Occasionally, foolish beasts attacked Han Li, only to be slain by his sword or puppet's arrows. Most slain beasts were around the 6th or 7th level. Lower-level beasts feared Han Li's aura, while higher-level ones avoided him, recognizing his superior power. However, as Han Li crossed a long corridor, 2 shape-shifting beasts blocked his path. One wore blue robes with green eyes and long ears, while the other had white hair, red skin, and 3 eyes. Both emitted strong killing intent, glaring at Han Li. Han Li glanced at 2 nearby palace disciple corpses, his brow furrowing. The chaotic spiritual energy indicated a recent fierce battle, with these beasts emerging victorious. Step aside. I'm not from the palace and have no interest in fighting you, Han Li said coldly. The green-eyed beast, wielding 2 silver axes, laughed strangely. Step aside. Do you think we're fools? All human cultivators must die. I just ate a nascent soul and found it quite tasty. Yours should be even better, the beast said, eyeing Han Li maliciously. The 3-eyed beast also wore a sinister expression. One beast was at the 8th level, while the other had recently reached the 9th, confident they could handle Han Li. The humanoid puppet remained hidden, and the beasts underestimated Han Li, thinking he was just a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Chapter 11-12, The 3. Seeing the 2 demonic beasts in the form transformation stage before him, each viewing him as a delicious meal with fierce, evil expressions, Han Li frowned. Although he was confident he could easily kill the 2 beasts, he had little interest in a fight that would waste his mana without any benefit. Without a word, he made a hand seal, and with a rumbling sound, a pair of silver-white wings appeared behind him. In a flash of silver light, His figure disappeared from where he stood. He intended to pass by the two demons directly, not wanting to get entangled with them. This made the two demons pause, but the three-eyed, ninth-level demon beast reacted quickly, shouting, "Where do you think you're going?" The demon's head blurred slightly, twisting 180 degrees so its face was now looking backward. The third, pitch-black eye on its forehead suddenly emitted a dazzling black light, shooting out a black beam. With a muffled boom, the black light exploded 20 yards behind the two demons. In the flashing black light, Han Li was forcibly pulled out of his stealth, stumbling out of the void with a look of surprise. "Ha-ha, boy, you're unlucky to have met Brother Wu. His anti-stealth heavenly eye can break all kinds of teleportation techniques. Trying to run away from us is just wishful thinking," laughed the long-eared, green-eyed demon beast beside him. "Is that so? I really was ignorant of such a magical, demonic beast ability. Well, I didn't want a pointless fight, but now it seems spending some time here won't be a waste. I'll send you two on your way," Han Li said calmly, looking at the two demons. Although a small silver shield had appeared in front of him just in time to block the explosion, he still looked somewhat disheveled. Having suffered a minor loss, Han Li's killing intent surged. As soon as he finished speaking, a silver light flashed behind the green-eyed demon, and a faint blue figure appeared. A silvery hand shot straight toward the demon's back. At this moment, the third eye of the three-eyed demon beast sensed something, its light flashing as it turned its head and shouted. It raised a hand, and a yellow ring shot out, aiming at the faint blue figure. With a cold snort, Han Li flicked his sleeves, releasing 36 golden small swords that buzzed as they flew out, transforming into dozens of golden lights that swept toward the three-eyed demon. Simultaneously, he waved his hand, and a yellow demon-subduing staff flew out, growing several feet in size, whistling as it shot forward. As the flying swords and the demon-subduing staff attacked, Han Li opened his mouth, spitting out a fist-sized purple flame. The Taiyan fire raven on his shoulder silently spread its wings, transforming into a red fireball that flew out. However, these two were slower and less imposing than the flying swords and the demon-subduing staff. Han Li targeted the three-eyed demon beast with his attack. Seeing this, the three-eyed demon beast was startled. This demon was from the Myriad Demons Valley, where it frequently fought other demons. Its combat experience far surpassed that of human cultivators of the same level. Although it hadn't directly confronted Han Li's attack, just the impressive aura of the 36 flying swords and the demon-subduing staff told it that these were no ordinary treasures. Without hesitation, the demon slapped its waist, releasing a dark yellow beam that rapidly expanded to 10 feet, intercepting the incoming golden swords. A series of explosions erupted between them, the yellow beam holding its own against the golden swords, neither side gaining the upper hand. This surprised Han Li slightly. In that moment, the giant demon-subduing staff bypassed the sword light and descended upon the three-eyed demon's head like a small mountain. With a somber expression, the demon let out a loud roar. Its clothes shattered, revealing a muscular, metallic-looking body. Its arms transformed into large pincers, which clamped down on the descending staff. With a thunderous crash, black and yellow lights intertwined, and the demon managed to catch the staff with its monstrous strength, though it trembled and shrank slightly under the pressure. The demon was secretly shocked. Its body was the offspring of a rare ancient beast, naturally possessing immense strength. Even though it had made great progress in its cultivation, the demon-subduing staff's power was still overwhelming. Just then, a tragic cry sounded from the side. The demon turned to see the long-eared, green-eyed demon's head rolling on the ground, a black dagger hovering nearby, shimmering with a dark light. The blue figure had disappeared without a trace. The green-eyed demon had dodged the initial attack thanks to the warning and the silver ring's defense. However, the demonic flying dagger had swiftly decapitated the demon before it could react. A ball of green light shot out from the headless body, trying to escape. But the blue figure appeared from the void below, blocking its path. Panicking, the demon's soul tried to turn and flee, but it was too late. The blue figure grabbed the green light, crushing it into a puff of green smoke. All of this happened in an instant, right in front of the three-eyed demon beast. At that moment, the purple fireball and the Taeyan fire raven flew toward it. Focused on its spell, the demon barely glanced at the fireballs, dismissing them as it spat out two streams of yellow demonic energy. This momentary carelessness cost it dearly. As the demon located the blue figure with its third eye, the fireballs exploded. With a rumble, the purple flame transformed into a 10-foot-tall fire pillar, sweeping the demonic energy aside and surging toward the demon. The intense cold emanating from the fire pillar caused the nearby space to crackle, forming layers of ice that rapidly spread toward the demon, as if to freeze the entire area. The Taeyan fire raven transformed back into its bird form, growing to about a foot in size. It swallowed the demonic energy in front of it and then vanished into the purple fire pillar, using fire escape to disappear. The three-eyed demon's face turned pale at the sight of the extreme cold of the purple flames. In desperation, it spat out countless yellow specks of light, which transformed into thumb-sized, monstrous insects, each resembling a hybrid of a centipede and a scorpion. These insects exhaled foul air, forming yellow mists to block the fire pillar. The demon tried to push away the demon-subduing staff and flee. But as the purple flame met the yellow mist, the mist began to crystallize and fall, though the swarming insects managed to temporarily halt the fire pillar's advance. From within the fire pillar, a sharp cry rang out, and the flames converged, transforming into a 10-foot-tall giant raven with purple feathers and red eyes. The raven merely flapped its wings slightly, and purple flames, more powerful than the previous fire pillar, surged forth, sweeping away the yellow mist and freezing the bizarre insects into various-sized ice chunks, immobilizing them. With a flash of its red eyes, the fiery raven, carrying an overwhelming cold, charged at the three-eyed demon beast. The demon beast, pinned by the immense power of the subduing staff, couldn't move an inch, managing only to release a black beam from its third eye. However, the black beam hit the giant raven and dissipated like a pebble sinking into the sea, having no effect. The purple fire raven let out a long cry and, in a flash, attacked the 9th-level demon beast. The beast's body was engulfed by the intense purple flames, and after a scream, it turned into a large block of purple ice, its protective demonic energy completely unable to resist the flames. Next to the giant ice block, a human-shaped puppet emerged from a silver light, rubbed its hands together, and then released 2 golden arcs with a thunderous sound, striking the ice. With a loud crash, the surface of the purple ice shattered, and the body of the 9th-level demon beast inside was torn to pieces. However, a larger green fireball than the green-eyed demon beast's soul shot out from the shattered ice and instantly teleported over 20 yards away. Trying to run now? Isn't it a bit too late? A leisurely voice came, followed by a crack of thunder. A silver arc suddenly appeared in front of the green fireball, and Han Li appeared in the silver light, looking at the demon beast's soul with a faint smile. The 9th-level demon beast's soul, realizing the situation was dire, attempted to flee again. Han Li, however, casually waved his hand, and a green wooden ruler appeared in his palm. He gently waved it towards the demon soul. Instantly, a silver lotus, about a foot in diameter, appeared beneath the soul. As the lotus petals turned slightly, the demon's soul felt the surrounding spiritual energy condense, rendering its teleportation technique unusable. The demon's soul's heart sank. The silver petals radiated brightly, and several strands of 7-colored Buddhist light shot out from the center, enveloping the soul and pulling it back into the lotus. After a desperate cry, the silver lotus flickered a few times and then vanished, leaving the demon's soul seemingly dissolved into the wind, disappearing completely from the world. Han Li sighed lightly, waved the wooden ruler, which then disappeared mysteriously. At that moment, the humanoid puppet floated towards Han Li and handed him 2 storage bags, a silver-ringed ancient treasure, and a thumb-sized black pearl, the third eye of the 3-eyed demon beast. Han Li narrowed his eyes and picked up the demon beast's eye with 2 fingers, examining it closely. The eye was pitch black and mysterious, but after a brief inspection, Han Li stored it along with the silver ring. Although the silver ring was a decent ancient treasure, it was barely worth his attention given his current status. As for the yellow radiant sword that had lost its master, it reverted to a unique ancient blade, which Han Li also easily stored in the storage bag. After collecting his flying swords and the subduing staff, Han Li wasted no time. He wrapped the humanoid puppet in light and shot towards the end of the corridor in a streak of green light. Approaching the grand hall, the number of demonic beasts and little extreme palace cultivators decreased, but the remaining ones were high-level practitioners and demonic beasts, including some nascent soul cultivators and form-transformed demonic beasts. Since they were not blocking his path, Han Li merely glanced at them from a distance, avoiding unnecessary trouble. After passing several buildings and courtyards and crossing a plaza, Han Li finally saw the Grand Hall of the Void Spirit Hall. The Grand Hall, surrounded by white jade walls, extended beyond sight, its width unknown. However, the entrance facing him was only about 10 yards high, appearing to be a side door. At the entrance, 2 cultivators and a demon were engaged in a fierce battle. The 2 cultivators, one male and one female, were dressed in white robes. The male was the gray-haired elder, surnamed Yi, the overseer of the little extreme palace whom Han Li had seen before. The female, a beautiful woman in white palace attire, was Bai Yai. Their opponent was an elderly man in a black robe, seemingly human, but exuding a faint green light from his long hair and a cold, imposing aura from his eyes. Bai Yai and Elder Yi were using 2 silver flying swords and a strange jade bottle emitting black and white gas, struggling against the elder. The elder manipulated a green, shimmering net, which expanded into a 10-yard-wide green cloud, crackling with thunder. In his other hand, he wielded a black iron rod that, with each swing, produced dozens of phantoms attacking the cultivators, mixing real and illusory strikes with masterful skill. Despite their combined efforts, Bai Yai and Elder Yi were clearly overpowered. The jade bottle, however, seemed to possess immense power, absorbing much of the green thunder and black rod phantoms. With Bai Yai's silver swords aiding, they barely managed to hold their ground. Seeing this, Han Li's eyes flashed blue as he scanned the elder, his pupils contracting slightly, his face changing. The elder was a 10th-level form-transformed demon beast. Even with his bright, clear spirit eyes, Han Li couldn't discern its true form. With a wary heart, Han Li's green light flashed, reaching the edge of the battle in a blink. Without stopping, he doubled his speed. The green light intensified, aiming to bypass the fight and enter the hall. Courting death, the elder, being a 10th-level demon, wouldn't let someone slip by under his nose. Despite sensing Han Li's nascent soul mid-stage cultivation, he didn't take it seriously, casually pointing at the green net. The net, in response, emitted a thunderous roar, shooting dozens of green lightning bolts towards Han Li, covering a 20-yard area, making it impossible to evade. Han Li frowned, but didn't stop. The humanoid puppet behind him appeared and pulled out a small bow wrapped in red flames. It drew the bowstring lightly. A similar thunderous roar sounded, and numerous fiery arrows shot towards the green lightning bolts. The resulting clash produced brilliant blue-red flames. Although the fiery arrows were slightly weaker, the clash slowed the green lightning, allowing Han Li to pass below the battle, entering the hall. The elder let out a surprised sound. With his profound cultivation, the elder saw the humanoid puppet and was astonished. However, seeing Han Li enter the hall, he frowned but didn't pursue, focusing back on his opponents, intensifying his attacks. Bai Yai was equally shocked. Although she couldn't see Han Li clearly due to the speed of the green light, the familiar flash made her realize it was undoubtedly Han Li. Could the Grand Elder and others have emerged from the Xuan Yu cave? She wondered, but seeing the Elder's intensified attacks, she couldn't dwell on it and channeled more spiritual power into her swords, assisting Elder Yi. Elder Yi was also surprised by the green light's ability to withstand the Elder's lightning and enter the hall. Although unfamiliar with the light, since the Elder had tried to stop it, and it lacked demonic aura, he deemed it an ally. He continued to wield the jade bottle, emitting dazzling black and white light. Despite having the 2-chi bottle, he and Bai Yai, both mid-stage cultivators, found it hard to contend with a 10th-level demon. Meanwhile, Han Li's light dimmed, and he appeared 10 yards inside the hall, revealing his form. He scanned the hall, trying to grasp the situation. But before he could see clearly, an old, laughing voice echoed. "Another one courting death. Very well. One more won't make a difference. You can join them." Han Li, startled, had no time to react as black light flashed around him, and the surroundings changed. He found himself in a space filled with swirling black demonic energy. He had been trapped by some treasure. Alarmed, Han Li took a deep breath, his hands clenched in his sleeves. With a loud thunder, golden arcs enveloped him, protecting him within. He shook his sleeves, releasing dozens of golden small swords, which circled around him, forming a protective layer outside the arcs. At that moment, the black demonic energy surged from all directions, crashing into the golden light. The golden light from the azure bamboo cloud-splitting sword fluttered slightly, resembling wheels, slicing through the surrounding demonic aura, causing it to retreat and disperse, unable to get close. Seeing that these demonic auras weren't as troublesome as he had imagined, Han Li felt relieved, but his expression remained extremely somber, his gaze constantly scanning his surroundings. Unfortunately, besides the dark colors around him, there was nothing else that caught his attention. "You've refined these flying swords quite well. I'll keep them for myself to play with," came an ancient, dragon-like voice from somewhere, revealing a hint of surprise before expressing a greedy interest in Han Li's flying swords. Han Li was taken aback upon hearing this, then he sneered coldly. With a flick of his sleeve, a mass of 3-colored light slid out from his sleeve, condensing into a 3-flame fan in his hand. Given the other party's grandiose tone, Han Li had to be cautious. Just as he made this move, the demonic aura above him shook violently, accompanied by a loud whistling sound. After a tumultuous roll, a gigantic vortex appeared out of thin air. This vortex was pitch black, with a diameter of over 10 feet. As soon as it appeared, it began to spin rapidly, emitting a strange, sharp whistling sound. Large swathes of black light shot out from the center of the vortex, swirling downwards aggressively. Han Li was startled, knowing this was not good. Without further thought, he hurriedly formed a sword seal with one hand. The golden light around him emitted a long, clear chirping sound. The originally wide-open golden sword light suddenly contracted, transforming into a golden lotus flower that began to rotate slowly. At this moment, the black light descended, enveloping the entire golden lotus. As soon as the two made contact, a strange sound resembling countless blades clashing was heard, extremely piercing and unsettling. Han Li suddenly felt a shock in his heart, and the flying swords that had turned into the golden lotus seemed to be pulled by a tremendous force, trying to fly upwards beyond his control. Han Li's expression changed slightly, and he quickly channeled all his internal mana. If it were an ordinary mid-nascent soul cultivator facing this immense suction force, they might indeed lose control of their life-bound magical treasure. However, after cultivating the Azure Origin Sword technique, Han Li's cultivation was much deeper than that of other cultivators at the same level. Additionally, the Azure Bamboo Cloud-Splitting Swords had been repeatedly refined with rare materials and were far superior to ordinary magical treasures. As a result, under Han Li's urgent sword seal and forceful suppression of mana, the Golden Lotus, after a violent tremor, barely resisted the suction force and continued to rotate around Han Li, blocking the black light from the vortex. At this moment, Han Li did not hesitate to brighten the fan in his hand, and with a serious expression, waved it towards the vortex in the sky. With a whoosh, a column of three-colored flames surged out from the fan, directly colliding with the black light descending from above. Violent and dense explosive sounds immediately rang out at the intersection of the two. The three-colored flames and the black light exploded upon contact, like boiling oil meeting cold water. Clearly, the three-colored flames were much stronger than the black light. The flames only paused slightly before easily breaking through the light and rushing into the vortex over 10 feet high, then disappeared mysteriously. Han Li's eyes narrowed, staring unblinkingly at the sky. Moments later, a buzzing sound came from the black vortex, and the black light fluctuated. A thunderous explosion came from the center. The demonic aura within dozens of feet in the air surged madly, and the vortex disappeared abruptly in a flash of black light. Han Li's face remained somber. With a flick of his hand, the three-flame fan also disappeared, but there was no trace of satisfaction on his face. After all, that wave had consumed nearly 20% of his mana, yet it didn't seem to have harmed the enemy at all. A counterfeit spirit treasure, so it's you. Are you Han? The ancient voice asked, seemingly surprised. How do you know me? Han Li's expression changed slightly, a faint guess forming in his heart, but he asked slowly without changing his expression. Your spirit treasure, which can produce three-colored flames, is too recognizable. In Kunwu Mountain, I heard you disrupted the Vice Valley Master's plan. Now, what are you doing at the Lesser Pole Palace? The ancient voice laughed, indifferent. The Vice Valley Master. Are you Elder Carr from the Myriad Demon Valley? Han Li's heart sank, and his expression changed. Although he didn't know much about the myriad demon valley, he had certainly heard of its valley master. Many people couldn't accurately describe this person's true cultivation, but Han Li estimated that the 10,000-year-old demon bear had a mid-nascent soul cultivation, making this valley master likely one of the few cultivators in the human realm comparable to those at the divine transformation stage. Otherwise, with the myriad demon valley's audacity, it would have been wiped out by the 10 great sects of the righteous and demonic paths countless times. Indeed, it's me. I heard from Elder Bear that you have some connection with the exquisite fairy, and you returned to the 9th floor of the demon suppression tower with her. Now that the true demonic aura on the 9th floor has been sealed again, and you are safely here, it seems the exquisite fairy has returned to the spirit realm. The ancient voice trembled slightly when mentioning the spirit realm, showing a mix of excitement and fear. Exquisite has indeed returned to the spirit realm through the reverse star disk. Do you know her? Han Li's expression changed, but he asked slowly. Meanwhile, in his sleeve, a green wooden ruler appeared silently in one hand and a small fire cauldron in the other. In the spirit realm, I am just an insignificant figure, unworthy of knowing the demon queen's consort. However, since the exquisite fairy sent you out, she must have left something with you. Moreover, the 8-spirit ruler, which was used to suppress the ancient demon, should be with you. Don't say it was taken to the spirit realm by the exquisite fairy. The 8-spirit ruler cannot be taken to another realm without going through the treasure transformation technique. The ancient voice turned icy. Han Li's eyes twitched, but he remained silent. However, the fingers holding the green wooden ruler tightened. What's the matter? Can't answer my question, or are you unwilling to answer? The ancient voice grew increasingly harsh, and a powerful aura suddenly burst from the surrounding demonic aura, pressing down on Han Li menacingly. Although this aura was genuinely from a 10th-level demon beast, Han Li's spiritual sense was not much weaker than that of a late-nascent soul cultivator. Thus, he stood unperturbed after only a slight tremor. You. The ancient voice was surprised. After sensing this powerful aura, Han Li squinted his eyes, and a glimmer of crystal light shot out from them. I've heard that Elder Carr has been in a life-and-death seclusion in the depths of the myriad demon valley for countless years, rarely stepping out. This must be one of your avatars. Otherwise, with your reputation, your current spiritual power wouldn't be so low. Han Li took a deep breath, revealing a strange expression. So what if it is? The ancient voice was emotionless. I have no interest in the matters between you and the Lesser Pole Palace, nor do I wish to intervene. I only want to use the teleportation array here to leave. If you don't want me to join forces with the Lesser Pole Palace, it would be best to let me go. Han Li's voice turned cold and unyielding. As long as it wasn't a divine transformation stage cultivator, he had no fear. Haha, it's been years since anyone has dared to threaten me like this. According to Elder Bear, you possess the anti-evil god Thunder and considerable abilities, but the anti-evil god Thunder is only effective against demonic energy. Now you're trapped in my myriad demon banner. Do you really think you can contend with me? Hand over the items left by the exquisite fairy and the 8-spirit ruler. If I am in a good mood, I might spare your life." Elder Carr laughed sinisterly, his voice full of menace. Han Li sighed inwardly. It seemed this Elder Carr truly did not take him seriously and had no intention of letting him go. However, the myriad demon banner was well known to him, reputed to be one of the closest imitations to a genuine spirit treasure. No wonder this old demon was so arrogant and unwilling to back down. Realizing words would not sway the other party, Han Li stopped speaking. He immediately raised one hand, and a ball of red light shot out, hovering a few feet above his head after a spin. It was the nameless fire cauldron. With a quick incantation, Han Li caused the cauldron to glow brightly, expanding rapidly until it was several feet large. With another spell, the lid flew off, and a humming sound emanated from the cauldron, followed by fist-sized fire crows pouring out, densely surrounding Han Li in a sea of red light, numbering over 1,000. Clearly, Han Li did not underestimate the power of the myriad demon banner, unleashing the full might of the fire cauldron in one go. Not only that, unnoticed by anyone, the Taiyan fire crows originally perched on Han Li's shoulders disappeared without a trace at some point, blending into the flock of fire crows. They shimmered with a bright red glow, making it impossible for others to discern their unusual presence. Just then, Han Li ceased his chanting, and with a low shout, all the fire crows spewed crimson flames in all directions. In the blink of an eye, waves of fiery waves surged around Han Li, continuously colliding with the nearby demonic aura. The entire space was filled with intense heat, transforming into a sea of crimson flames. Upon contact, the demonic aura and the sea of flames intertwined and flashed intermittently. The thunderous explosions between them echoed incessantly, gradually forcing the surrounding demonic aura to retreat. A mere parlor trick, attempting to escape the grasp of my Wan Yao banner. Don't daydream in broad daylight, came the cold laughter of old demon Qi, followed by a long and piercing roar that seemed to pierce through the heavens. This translation captures the essence and dramatic elements of the original text, while conveying the magical and intense atmosphere of the scene. As soon as the demonic aura, which had been retreating, heard this roar, it immediately gathered together, and masses of black mist began to condense and transform. One after another, fully black and shiny demonic beasts and birds emerged from within the demonic aura. They growled incessantly, ranging in size from several dozen zhang in height to mere feet, each glaring ferociously at Han Li amidst the sea of flames. Han Li's heart skipped a beat. At a glance, these demonic beasts were densely packed in the swirling mist, dark and endless. With a sharp roar, these puppet demonic beasts surged overwhelmingly from all directions. Han Li twitched at the corner of his mouth, but remained silent. He raised his hand toward the suspended tripod above his head and consecutively cast several azure spells. The tripod trembled, then erupted in a burst of red light, enveloping the giant cauldron completely, transforming into a massive fireball. Countless blazing flames shot out from the cauldron, joining the sea of fire. The temperature in the entire space suddenly rose sharply. The momentum of the sea of fire surged greatly, and soon after, skull-sized fireballs shot out from the sea of fire. Each fireball encased an enlarged fire crow, using the might of the sea of fire to dive directly into the surrounding groups of demonic beast puppets. In the midst of the vast army of demonic beast puppets, red flames of various sizes exploded densely, with over 1,000 fire crows wildly flying and dancing, entangled with the demonic beasts. Flames danced, demonic aura crisscrossed, firelight and black mist intertwined and separated, momentarily creating a deadlock. Strangely, whether it was a demonic beast pierced through by a fire crow or a fire crow crushed by a giant demonic beast's palm, one side would condense within the demonic aura and immediately recover, while the other would be reborn after a moment in the rolling flames. Both seemed inexhaustible. A cold snort echoed from the demonic aura, followed by a deep incantation from all directions, the voice of old demon Qi. Han Li's gaze flickered, suddenly looking up, his expression suddenly changing. In the place where the vortex had originally appeared in the sky, the demonic aura churned violently, and a giant claw slowly extended from within the demonic aura. This claw was glossy black, about 30 to 40 zhang in size, with 5 claws several zhang long, gleaming with a sinister cold light, extraordinarily sharp. Due to its immense size, before the claw descended, it already gave off a feeling of unavoidable oppression like Mount Tai pressing down. As the incantation ceased, the claw reached down to grab. A demonic wind howled down like a hurricane passing through, causing the sea of fire around Han Li to tremble. Without much thought, Han Li slapped his waist pouch with one hand. The demon's subduing staff shot out from the pouch, slightly swaying before transforming into a size of over 10 zhang, fiercely smashing toward the demonic claw in the sky. Even though the massive demon's subduing staff was under the black demonic claw, it appeared disproportionately small. A deafening roar erupted between the giant staff and the demonic claw, as if striking hardened steel. It only caused the giant claw to pause slightly before being bounced away. The huge demonic claw continued to reach toward Han Li without any change. Han Li pursed his lips. With a thought, 36 golden flying swords hovering around him simultaneously hummed, then flew towards the sky and merged into one. Golden light burst forth, and the flying swords instantly fused into a giant golden sword 5 or 6 zhang long. Immediately, thunder roared again, and thick golden arcs erupted from the surface of the giant sword, suddenly transforming into a dazzling golden rainbow, slashing directly towards the descending giant claw. PSHH. The 36 Kingzhu cloud swords condensed into the giant sword, fiercely striking under Han Li's full mana, almost invincible. In a flash of golden light, they actually cut the giant claw in half. A grunt came from the demonic aura, as if old demon Chi had suffered a slight loss. The claw, split in two, dissipated with the wind, disappearing into the demonic aura in an instant. Hearing the grunt, Han Li's eyes flashed with blue light, suddenly pointing at the golden rainbow in the air. This golden light immediately circled and turned into a golden python, fiercely biting towards a certain empty space. Bang! Without any warning, a dazzling black light burst forth from there, and a dark shield emerged, causing the golden python to bite on it but fail to break through. At this moment, black light flashed behind the shield, and another small figure appeared. It was the incarnation of old demon Chi, gathered outside the ice city that day. A young child with 3 small horns on his head and an unknown silver lock hanging from his chest. At this moment, he stood behind the black shield, looking at the still biting golden python, a hint of surprise on his face. Jiang, your flying sword actually contains such rare materials. No wonder you could break my demon sky claw. The young child's expression quickly returned to normal, his gaze returning to Han Li amidst the sea of flames. As I expected, you are just an incarnation. Han Li murmured to himself, seemingly ignoring the child's words, muttering to himself instead. Seeing Han Li acting so arrogantly, the child laughed angrily. Without a word, he suddenly waved his hand, and a gray, misty, small flag appeared in his hand. The power of the 10,000 demons banner I displayed just now was only 20%. You're so arrogant. With the next blow, I will destroy both your body and soul, and let you taste the true power of the 10,000 demons banner. As soon as old demon Chi finished speaking, he waved the small flag in his hand, apparently intending to activate some great divine power with it. Han Li's expression changed suddenly. Suddenly, dozens of fire crows shot out from the fire sea, flying straight towards the child. With a wave of his sword tactic, the golden giant sword exploded with a long cry. With a tremor, it transformed back into 30 golden flying swords. Each sword was over a foot long, dazzling with golden light. With a hum, hundreds of sword lights were transformed. After a slight twist, they surrounded the child and wildly slashed. The child sneered, and with a slight pause of the small flag in his hand, a dark green thin rope emerged. With a shake, the rope shot out like a spiritual snake, forming 7 or 8 loops, attacking a place 5 or 6 zhang away from the child. In the meantime, a silver arc little appeared. Chapter 11:16, evenly matched. Under the convergence of numerous fire arrows, they transformed into a thick pillar of fire that struck the black light barrier. At the same time, the young child's palm slapped the iron shield, causing the light barrier to glow brightly, thickening several times over. With a thunderous boom, a surge of towering flames rolled on the barrier, causing it to tremble violently. Simultaneously, the demonic essence-infused flying knife flashed, and silently pierced the top of the barrier. With a crackle, the flying knife actually sliced open a thin crack, disappearing into the barrier afterward. At that moment, the black gas-enshrouded talisman shot over and, with a crisp clang, struck the flying knife perfectly. A profound and strange light flashed, and the two treasures vanished without a trace. Hanley felt a twinge of surprise, but the consciousness from the humanoid puppet indicated that the flying knife had not been lost. It seemed to have been momentarily trapped somewhere. Hanley's thoughts shifted, and without hesitation, he activated another contingency plan. Among the dozens of crows blocked by the black light barrier, one suddenly spread its wings, emitting a clear cry and swelling in size. Then, with a mouth open, a dense white mist of cold air spewed out. This was the Xuan Yu cold air that had been absorbed in large quantities after being transformed by the Taiyan true fire in the mysterious Jade Cave. Although it had been absorbed in large quantities, without a certain amount of refining over time, it was naturally impossible to easily transform into the source fire of the Taiyan true fire. However, under Hanley's urging, it was released quite a bit at once. The white cold air struck the barrier, instantly making the black light and white air particularly clear. A layer of crystal-clear thick ice spread along the barrier, and almost between breaths, a huge ice ball suddenly formed, freezing the child and the black light inside. Hanley raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of joy. However, he naturally knew that with just an ordinary ice seal, it was impossible to truly restrict a 10-level monster. But in this brief delay, he no longer hesitated and activated another method. Among the hundreds of sword lights near the huge ice, he pointed his finger at hundreds of sword lights and chanted a spell. The golden sword lights shot up into the sky, then hovered for a moment before emitting a buzzing sound and dispersing in all directions, with some sword lights beginning to disappear mysteriously. Seeing how troublesome the transformed old monster was, Hanley intended to set up the Great Zhang Sword Formation to kill the monster. However, before the sword formation could be fully set up, the huge ice ball trembled abruptly. Countless silver threads shot out from the ice block, and with a slight swing, they cut the giant ice into various irregular pieces, showing signs of breaking the ice seal. Through the translucent crystal ice, it could be seen that the black light barrier inside had disappeared, transforming back into a black iron shield standing in front of the child. The child himself held an item in one hand, shimmering with dazzling silver light, with countless thin silver threads bursting out of the light cluster. Within the silver light, the original small silver lock that hung in front of his chest was surprisingly visible. Hanley sighed inwardly, knowing that the sword formation could not be completed. Immediately, he flipped his palm with a cold expression, and a jade-green ruler appeared, gently shaking towards the child in the distance. A spiritual light flashed above the child's head, and a silver lotus measuring a foot long appeared. With a turn, a large area of colorful Buddha light enveloped it. The child, who was about to break out of the ice, suddenly froze under the Buddha light's influence, becoming instantly sluggish. At this moment, the humanoid puppet rubbed both hands coldly, emitting a brilliant silver light, and a few feet long dart appeared out of thin air in its hand. Seeing this scene, the child's eyes twitched, and the gray small banner in his hand suddenly flew out on its own, gently waving towards the void. He could actually ignore the Buddha light restraint and activate the 10,000 demons banner in his hand. In an instant, with the child as the center, the surrounding space twisted strangely, and a layer of gray mist barrier emerged. Just at this moment, the humanoid puppet lifted its cold arm. The silver dart turned into a stream of silver light, rapidly rotating and shooting out, emitting a sharp whistle. At such a close distance, the dart almost appeared here when it was thrown out, and it had reached the child in the blink of an eye, hitting the barrier. A strange scene appeared. The silver dart flashed, easily piercing through the barrier, but unbelievably, it passed just a foot away from the child, then pierced through the other side of the barrier, disappearing in a flash. Hanley couldn't help but be stunned. The consciousness of the humanoid puppet had clearly locked onto the child, so how could such a situation occur? But as his thoughts turned, he suddenly realized. The barrier created by the 10,000 demons banner actually had the miraculous effect of distorting space. This was not an ordinary supernatural power, and dispelling it would not be a simple matter. Behind the barrier, the child held the 10,000 demons banner in one hand and the small silver lock in the other, coldly staring at him. The black demonic light on his body flickered incessantly, gradually dispersing the Buddha light that had enveloped him, as if he were about to break free. Hanley's expression sank. It seemed that the opponent was not comparable to an ordinary late-stage cultivator. Fighting against him while trapped in the 10,000 demons banner's restraint was extremely disadvantageous. Thinking of this, he looked towards the 4 dark holes that had appeared around the surrounding fire sea. Although the child was entangled by him and couldn't continue to use certain supernatural powers, these 4 dark holes were still slowly enlarging. Faint roars of beasts could be heard from within, as if some demon was about to break free. Hanley furrowed his brow and snorted coldly, immediately making a decision. He withdrew the Ba Ling ruler, pinched a spell with both hands. Immediately, in the distant fire cauldron, fire crows, humanoid puppets, 36 golden swords, and other treasures all trembled violently and shot towards his location. Only the Taiyan fire crow circled around the space barrier, opened its mouth, and released another burst of extreme cold. Although this time, most of the cold air was flashed away by the space barrier, the remaining cold air once again froze the child inside. However, the silver threads in the child's hand continued unabatedly, immediately cutting the crystal ice into a mess, greatly reducing the effectiveness of the ice seal. By now, the Taiyan fire crow had already shot back. Hanley didn't even look at it, but flipped his palm and brought out a yellow talisman. The runes on this talisman fluttered, and the spiritual light shimmered. It was the breaking boundary talisman that Fairy Linglong had given him before leaving. Speaking of which, this talisman naturally had a miraculous effect in breaking such spatial restraints. However, Han Li only had one and felt that it was too wasteful to use it rashly, so he hesitated to use it at first. But now, seeing how the 10,000 Demons banner was constantly changing, and not knowing what bizarre supernatural powers it had yet to display, he naturally couldn't afford to suffer such losses again, and decisively took out the talisman. However, he didn't take the talisman to break through the spatial barrier, but directly wanted to escape from this spatial confinement. After all, the opponent could still activate the 10,000 Demons banner. Even if he broke through that barrier, killing the opponent would not be an easy task. It would be better to first leave the range of the opponent's treasure restrictions. With a pinch of 2 fingers, he gently flicked the talisman towards the empty space in front of him. The talisman flashed with a dazzling yellow light, and spatial fluctuations immediately appeared, constantly distorting and transforming, revealing a dazzling, transparent light sphere. Seeing this, Han Li was overjoyed and immediately summoned all the treasures nearby. Flying swords, fire crows, and the humanoid puppet all attacked together, hitting the empty space. Immediately, a loud rumbling sound echoed, and a hazy white hole appeared, revealing a clear view outside. It was the Spirit Void Hall. Seeing this scene, the child who was breaking the barrier changed his face drastically. In his urgent situation, he immediately moved his true essence and spiritual consciousness. The 10,000 Demons banner emitted a gray light, and a gray light column suddenly rose from the banner, striking the silver lotus in the air. Both instantly exploded and dissipated into nothingness. The child broke free immediately. At this moment, a green light surged around Han Li's body, transforming into a green rainbow that shot out and disappeared without a trace. All the nearby treasures naturally followed closely behind him. The child held the gray small banner with one hand, his eyes flickering with cold light, his face somewhat grim. As the green light receded, Han Li floated in midair, reappearing. Just then, a thunderous explosion resounded through his ears. Han Li hastily summoned the flying swords, turning them into golden light to shield his whole body, scanning the entire hall. What he saw made him draw in a cold breath. This so-called Spirit Void Hall was unbelievably vast, appearing to be several thousand feet wide at first glance. Dozens of feet away in the high sky hung an enormous object over 200 feet long, unmistakably resembling the gray small banner he had seen in the Demon Chi space. In the Spirit Void Hall, the darkness was terrifying, and the demonic presence was overwhelming. Countless evil creatures of all shapes and sizes filled the scene, as if the world was on the brink of extinction. And at this moment, the old monster and the small child had arrived at the site of the Spirit Void Hall and stood facing each other. Han Li watched from a distance, a fierce light gleaming in his eyes. As for the humanoid puppet that had previously struck the child, it also stood at Han Li's side, ready to move at any time. But it wasn't just that the two sides of the battle were mixed. Although Han Li harbored some doubts about the relationship between the phoenix leaving Ice Flame and this ice phoenix, he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he found it strange that the old monster Qi, in his transformed state holding the myriad demon's banner, did not assist the ice phoenix in its attack. Instead, inexplicably, he had himself captured by it. The beautiful woman was obviously the palace master of Zyagi Palace, another late-stage cultivator in Zyagi Palace. It seemed her magical powers were inferior to Elder Hanley's by quite a bit. At least she hadn't cultivated any cold flames. Otherwise, faced with this level 10 ice phoenix, she wouldn't need the assistance of two mid-stage cultivators just to barely protect herself. After all, the white cold flames of the ice phoenix were incredibly powerful. These three were drawn into it, and their magical powers were greatly reduced. This made Han Li's eyes widen. It was the first time he realized that the extreme cold flames could wield such great power, almost revering the laws of heaven and earth. In this situation, as long as old monster Qi made a move, he could immediately defeat these three. Could it be because this ice phoenix and old monster Qi don't get along, that he didn't dare to rashly place himself under the cover of the myriad demon's banner? Han Li's thoughts raced, and in a flash he came up with a barely plausible reason. But just then, something unexpected happened. The demonic energy on the giant banner surged, and suddenly a piece of half a corpse and several damaged treasures and artifacts fell from somewhere on the banner, directly crashing into the hall. Han Li was naturally startled, but upon closer inspection, he found that the incomplete corpse was wearing the attire of a Zyagi Palace cultivator, and judging by the outfit, his status was evidently not low, likely one of Zyagi Palace's nascent soul elders. Han Li's eyes flashed with surprise. He finally understood that the cultivators trapped in the myriad demon's banner were not only him. There were also some other Zyagi Palace cultivators trapped inside. No wonder the banner had only managed to guard the entrance in the mid-air sacrifice. But I wonder how long these Zyagi Palace cultivators have been trapped. To be able to persist in the myriad demon's banner until now without being completely slaughtered, it seems they must have used some secret technique to temporarily resist. Otherwise, with the cultivation base of old monster Qi and the Zyagi Palace cultivators trapped inside, it would be impossible for them to last this long. But if the cultivators inside the banner are not all eliminated in one day, old monster Qi is afraid that he will not be able to immediately drive the banner to chase after himself. After thinking lightning fast, Han Li felt relieved and began to carefully scan the various parts of the hall. As a result, after a glance, he easily found a tall jade platform. More than 100 feet wide and 6 or 7 feet high, from a distance, the platform had one large and two small formations, with 3 teleportation arrays arranged side by side on top. Han Li was overjoyed and was about to take action with both hands when suddenly his expression changed, and a strange look appeared on his face. Standing behind him, the humanoid puppet calmly extended a hand towards a certain place in the void. About 10 feet away from Han Li, a distortion in space occurred. A black short blade flashed out inexplicably from nowhere and shot out like lightning in the demonic energy space. This treasure somehow detached itself from the prohibition and returned from nowhere. With a flick of the puppet's sleeve, the black short blade disappeared in a flash and was put away. Han Li's eyebrows twitched, but he didn't show much emotion. Instead, surrounded by spiritual light, he transformed into a cyan rainbow, shooting straight towards the high platform with thousands of fire crows and flying swords. As long as he could escape from the void spirit palace, he didn't care who would win between Zyagi Palace and these demons. Moments later, the cyan rainbow arrived at the center of the hall. However, instead of passing directly through, the escaping light made a wide arc, bypassing from the edge of the hall. However, because most of the hall was affected by the extreme cold of the ice phoenix, when Han Li bypassed it, naturally, a purple flame flashed from his body, and he was immediately covered with purple flames. Suddenly, the white, misty, cold air was expelled from the purple fire, and it could no longer affect Han Li in any way. Kyanlin Ice Flame, you are also a cultivator of Zyagi Palace. Don't think that by mutating this ice flame, you can deceive me. In the center, the ice phoenix that forced the 3 palace masters of Zyagi Palace to retreat step by step witnessed the process of Han Li breaking into the hall, being captured by the myriad demons banner, and breaking out of the prohibition. It was amazed long ago and had been paying attention to every move of Han Li. When Han Li's escaping light shot towards it, it became extremely vigilant, but when it saw the escaping light bypassing the center and passing from the side, it decided not to interfere anymore. After all, Han Li was able to escape from the myriad demons banner, so he was definitely not an ordinary cultivator. Since the other party did not intend to interfere, it did not want to provoke a strong enemy. But when the purple flames on Han Li's body appeared, the eyes of the ice phoenix suddenly turned red, and it emitted a sharp cry from its mouth, which seemed to be stimulated by the purple luo Jai fire as if it were facing a mortal enemy. Han Li in the escaping light was stunned, and before he could understand what was going on, the ice phoenix suddenly flapped its wings and aimed its wings at Han Li. The ice feathers on these wings turned into countless arrows in an instant, and then they turned into hundreds of half-foot-long, crystal-clear flying swords, about 500 or 600 in total, and shot towards Han Li like a torrential rain. Han Li, who was flying away, was shocked. With so many sword lights attacking at the same time, not to mention the power, just the sheer number of sword mountains and sea of knives was enough to make people tremble with fear. Let alone these flying swords were all formed by the ice feathers of the level 10 ice phoenix itself. The power was definitely not small. Without thinking too much, Han Li's escaping light not only did not stop for a moment, but flashed faster by 3 points. At the same time, hundreds of golden sword lights and densely packed red fire crows shot out from the escaping light, directly facing these crystal-clear sword lights. A loud rumbling sound erupted, and golden light and white brilliance intertwined and flickered. Clusters of red flames burst in the white, misty, cold air, occasionally raising columns of flames several zhang high. Under the joint hands of Kingzhu bees cloud sword and fire crows, the sword attack was blocked for a while. And with this delay, the cyan rainbow transformed by Han Li had already bypassed the center of the hall and flashed towards the high platform in the corner of the hall. The Ice Phoenix saw this scene and was surprised. It didn't expect that its attack couldn't even entangle Han Li for half a moment. But the hatred of this demon for those who cultivated Qianlin ice flame far exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. It had long regarded Han Li as the incarnation of the person back then, and when it was extremely vigilant, it saw 3 identical avatars suddenly appearing in the phantom. Among them, 2 continued to pounce on the 3 palace masters of Xiaji Palace opposite, while the 3rd ice phoenix flapped its wings and the white light paused. After a swoosh, it disappeared from its original place. Hanley naturally noticed the movement of this demon. Seeing this scene, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart, and immediately the escaping light stopped, stopping in place. At this moment, he was only 100 feet away from the teleportation array. He didn't want to plunge himself into the mouth of the disappearing ice phoenix due to a moment of carelessness. With a gloomy face, both hands rubbed and lifted at the same time. The thunderous sound roared, and dozens of thumb-thick golden arcs simultaneously shot out from the palms, forming a golden net covering a radius of 20 or 30 feet around Han Li, covering everything underneath it. Almost at the same time, not far from Han Li, there was a slight distortion in space, and the ice phoenix appeared in a flash of white light. Han Li's face showed a flash of sternness, and he immediately pinched a spell with both hands. Under the vibration of all the golden arcs, they were unceremoniously bounced up and fell onto the body of this monster. Seeing this unexpected situation, the ice phoenix was somewhat surprised but not flustered. Instead, it opened its sharp beak and sprayed a white hurricane into the air. Once in the air, it roared loudly and blew the golden net sideways, unable to fall. Soon after, the golden arcs broke apart inch by inch in the gale and disappeared without a trace. Han Li was shocked and hurriedly took out the 8-spirit ruler hidden in his sleeve. At this moment, the ice phoenix launched an attack first. Its wings simultaneously struck Han Li fiercely. The wind and thunder surged, and a large area of white cold flame suddenly appeared in the air. After a brief stagnation, it rolled up a huge wave over 30 feet high and swept towards Han Li. Meanwhile, the ice phoenix's body flickered, and it suddenly appeared on the side of Han Li, the beak that flashed out and tore towards Han Li. Han Li had a gloomy face. It was not that the ice phoenix was faster than him, but it was as fast as he was. A light exclamation of surprise came from the cold flames opposite, but immediately after, an astonishing scene unfolded. High in the void, several zhang above Han Li, a sudden flash of white light tore open a spatial crack. Half a kai of a crystalline sharp beak suddenly protruded out, aiming directly at Han Li's head, pecking down as fast as lightning. Such a close and unexpected attack, even if Han Li reacted and tried to use his thunderbolt shift technique to evade, he wouldn't have been able to do it in time. Moreover, he had been paying attention to the cold flames opposite, so he was completely unguarded. Strangely, however, as the sharp beak was about to break through the purple flames surrounding Han Li's body, his expression remained unchanged, without even lifting his head. A loud bang echoed out as a silver fist suddenly appeared from the void and smashed down on the sharp beak. Silver light burst forth, and the sharp beak was forcefully knocked several zhang away. Following the sharp beak, a faint cyan shadow appeared, retrieving the silver fist as it appeared. This was the humanoid puppet. When Han Li first fought with the Ice Phoenix, he had ordered this puppet to protect himself, and now it timely blocked this dangerous attack. Failing to hit its mark, the sharp beak disappeared into thin air. The white cold flames opposite suddenly contracted, revealing the figure of the level 10 Ice Phoenix. At this moment, the monstrous bird was only 2 to 3 zhang in size, shrinking several times from before. It lowered its head to look at its claws trapped by the cyan threads and let out a cold snort from its nose. Its claws suddenly grew several times larger, attempting to break free from the bindings. But the cyan threads shimmered continuously, remaining unbroken. Seeing the sharp beak about to pierce through the purple flames on Han Li's body, he frowned. These cyan spirit threads were transformed from the surface of the Zeushan cauldron in his sleeve. It seems that even with the sky spirit treasure, the power is still not enough to deal with a level 10 demonic beast. However, he had no intention of fighting the opponent in front of him. As long as he could rush over 100 zhang and enter either of the 2 smaller teleportation arrays, he could leave this place. Thinking this way, Han Li's face darkened, the purple flames on his body receded, and his figure blurred, splitting into 3 identical figures. 3 identical figures, each with a faint cyan haze, appeared suddenly, indistinguishable from each other. The Ice Phoenix was startled, and the white light on its wings suddenly paused. Just then, the 3 figures turned into 3 cyan rainbows and flew in different directions at an incredible speed, appearing dozens of zhang away in an instant. On the other side, the golden sword and the fire crow, which had been fighting with hundreds of crystal-clear flying swords, also whizzed away with a roar, their target being the teleportation platform at one corner of the hall. The Ice Phoenix was stunned, but immediately became furious, emitting a sharp cry. Its white light flashed, and its body shrank sharply, transforming into a young woman in her 20s. She wore a silver palace dress, as beautiful as a celestial being. As soon as this woman transformed, she slapped a spiritual beast bag at her waist. Immediately, two white lights shot out from the bag, one after the other. One circled around and revealed a four-winged white centipede with a back length of 10 zhang, extremely fierce and terrifying. These were actually two six-winged frost centipedes, which had evolved to the four-winged stage. Hanli turned around and happened to see this scene, naturally startled. But before he could react and decide on a strategy, the two four-winged centipedes simultaneously spread their wings and disappeared in place, only to reappear in front of Han Li's true body and another phantom the next moment. Opening their mouths, they spat out a frosty, cold air. Han Li naturally wouldn't stand still and be sprayed with this cold air. Immediately, he flashed away, easily avoiding the attack. However, the other phantom flew in the original direction and was instantly turned into nothingness by the cold air like a bubble. Seeing this, the woman in the silver shirt remained expressionless, swiped lightly in front of her with one hand, and a faint crack appeared in the white mist. She effortlessly tore open space. Then her figure flickered, disappearing into the void, and the crack vanished. With Han Li urging his escape, he had already appeared above the high platform in a flash. After dodging another burst of cold air from the centipedes, he immediately descended and flew away with his escape light. However, at this moment, a flash of white light beside Han Li, and the woman in the silver shirt appeared strangely. Then, with a flicker, she appeared on the high platform, raising her head with a pair of cold eyes, staring into the sky. Han Li's heart sank, but he dared not force himself into the teleportation array now. Otherwise, a casual attack from the other party outside might affect the teleportation. I am not a disciple of Xiao Ajigong, nor do I have any grudges with the Yao clan. Do you really want to fight Han to the death? Han Li stared at the woman in the silver shirt, his face solemn, his voice stern. Humph, I don't care who you are. As long as you inherit the Qianlin ice flame of the Ice Phoenix Fairy, you are the archenemy of our Ice Phoenix clan. Don't think you can easily slip away from me. The woman in the silver shirt's jade face was covered with a thick aura, unusually cold as she spoke, without a hint of retreat. Such arrogance. Do you think you can stop me with your spatial abilities alone? Very well, since you've said that, then I don't need to hold back. Han Li sneered when he heard this. He raised his hand, and immediately the golden swords and fire crows that had shot out also circled around Han Li, emitting bursts of sword energy and blazing red flames, creating a tremendous momentum. At the same time, a silver light flashed beside Han Li, and the humanoid puppet appeared stiffly. With a single-handed clap at his waist, a small black bottle shot out, and several spells were cast on it. Immediately, the small bottle trembled, and 5 gray-white qi poured out of the bottle's mouth. 5 skeletons appeared faintly in the white qi, their eyes flashing with green flames. The 5 demons emitted strange cries, their heads staring menacingly at the ice phoenix in front of them, showing an extremely bloodthirsty appearance. The 5 demons of the same heart. The ice phoenix's expression froze for a moment. Then, after sweeping her gaze over the humanoid puppet next to her face became even more serious. Mechanical puppet. When did the mortal realm have the ability to refine such a grade of puppet? It seems that even with these 5 demons, it's unlikely to kill you in a one-on-one fight, but I am confident in temporarily detaining you here. If you're not afraid of any mistakes during teleportation, you can try it. The woman spoke slowly. Call back the incarnations. Without you personally controlling them, it's already commendable to be able to protect yourself. Even if you bring back the other 2 incarnations, with this puppet and the 5 demons assisting me, it's unlikely you can hold on for long. However, I still have the confidence to temporarily detain you here. If you're not afraid of any mistakes during teleportation, you can try it. The woman said slowly. I'm not a disciple of the Xiao Palace, nor do I have any grievances with the Yao clan. Do you really want to fight to the death with Han? Han Li stared at the woman in the silver shirt, his face as calm as water, his voice unfriendly. Humph, I don't care who you are. As long as you inherit the dry blue ice flame of the Ice Phoenix, you are the enemy of our Ice Phoenix clan. Don't think you can easily slip away from me. The woman's face was covered in a thick killing intent, her voice cold and without a hint of retreat. Such arrogance. Do you really think you can stop me with just spatial abilities? Very well, since you said that, then Han will not hold back. Let me see how capable your spatial abilities as the Ice Queen are. Han Li heard this and laughed angrily. He stretched out his hand, and the golden swords that had shot out also circled around Han Li, emitting bursts of sword energy and blazing red flames, making a tremendous noise. At the same time, a silver light flashed beside Han Li, and the humanoid puppet appeared stiffly. He reached out and clapped his waist, and a small black bottle flew out, with several spells hitting the bottle. The small bottle trembled, and 5 gray-white gas shot out of the bottle mouth. 5 skeletons appeared in the white gas, their eyes flashing green flames, and the 5 demons emitted a strange cry, their heads all staring at the Ice Phoenix in front of them with a bloodthirsty look. The 5 demons of the same heart. The Ice Phoenix's face changed slightly, then she looked at the humanoid puppet next to her and became more serious. A mechanical puppet. When did the mortal world have the ability to refine such puppets? It seems that even with these 5 demons, it's unlikely to kill you in a one-on-one battle, but I'm confident in detaining you temporarily here. If you're not afraid of any mistakes. During the transmission, you can try it. The woman spoke slowly. Draw back the incarnation. Without you personally controlling it, just being able to protect yourself is commendable. Even if you recall the other 2 incarnations, with the puppets and 5 demons helping me, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop you for long. However, I'm still confident in detaining you temporarily here. If you're not afraid of any mistakes in the transmission, you can try it. The woman said slowly. Recall the incarnations. Your incarnations can barely defend themselves without your personal control. I don't believe you can last long against the combination of the 5 demons and the puppet. Although Han Li didn't turn around, his divine sense swept through the situation in the center of the hall. The 2 Ice Phoenix incarnations were clearly at a disadvantage against the 3 from Xiaojigong, currently in a precarious position. If it weren't for their ability to manipulate the extreme cold flames, they would likely have been defeated long ago. Even so, their situation was now dire. The beautiful woman even spared moments to glance repeatedly towards Han Li, her face showing intermittent surprise and suspicion, but she made no move to assist Han Li, the major force against her. It seemed the mistress of Xiaojigong Palace wished for Han Li to engage in direct combat with the Ice Phoenix's true form alone, allowing them to easily eliminate the 2 incarnations first. Han Li felt no anger at this realization. Had he been in her position, he might have done the same. The silver-robed woman, upon hearing Han Li's words, only sneered coldly, showing no sign of being swayed. Han Li sighed inwardly, finally extinguishing any hope of persuading her with words. With a decisive hand gesture, he simultaneously activated the 5 demons and the puppet, directing them to attack the Ice Phoenix. Only by severely injuring or outright killing her could he ensure a safe escape via teleportation. However, at that moment, a strange expression flickered across the woman's beautiful eyes. It seemed tinged with cunning and a hint of relaxation. Startled, Han Li's thoughts raced, yet before he could comprehend her sudden change, the sky darkened abruptly. A familiar, ominous voice echoed chillingly. "Youngster, let this old man in." Before Han Li could react, the spiritual energy around him changed, enveloped in layers of gray light while the scenery blurred. Alarmed, Han Li didn't hesitate. With a flick of his sleeve, the torn boundary talisman shot out. A flash of yellow light later, the surroundings stabilized, returning to normal. Yet, in the brief delay, Han Li's golden sword lights and numerous fire crows had already swarmed out in all directions. Amidst thunderous explosions, the gray light was instantly shattered and dispersed. Raising his head, Han Li saw dozens of zhang above him, the colossal Wanyao banner, over 100 zhang in length, had appeared out of nowhere. It was raining down gray aurora, aiming to envelop him. Fortunately, when he broke the ban on the Wanyao banner previously, he hadn't exhausted the boundary talisman's full power. Otherwise, escaping this predicament would have been even more challenging. Still, even under these circumstances, his expression turned unusually grim. Now, attempting to easily escape from this place seemed exceedingly difficult. Han Li's heart sank. He naturally didn't want to be caught under the power of the Wanyao banner. Without hesitation, he pointed at the 5 Suns demon, chanting an incantation while simultaneously activating a controlling spell. The 5 Suns demon pounced into the air, and amidst flashing gray light, the 5 skeletons merged into one, forming a gigantic skeleton 30 zhang tall. The skeleton's empty eye sockets glowed green as it raised both bony hands and grabbed at itself, pulling out 2 ribs which instantly transformed into bone knives over 10 zhang long. With a roar, it slashed at the giant banner in the sky, sending a cross-shaped blade light tearing through the gray aura and scattering it before striking the Wan Yao banner. A thunderous boom echoed as demonic energy and cold light intertwined and tangled together. The massive skeleton leaped into the air, wildly swinging its double blades, unleashing crescent-shaped cold lights that filled the sky, aiming to destroy the giant banner. A furious roar came from within the Wan Yao banner. The giant banner rapidly shrank, transforming into a small size of about a foot. The transformed child appeared, grabbing the banner and instantly teleporting dozens of zhang away. Clearly, the old demon understood that making the Wan Yao banner gigantic slowed its movement, making it an easy target for the giant skeleton's blades. Returning it to its original size made it easier to maneuver. Seeing this, the giant skeleton shuddered and shrank within the gray-white demonic aura, eventually becoming about 2 zhang tall. It let out a strange cry, spewing gray-white demonic energy from its mouth, and charged at the transformed child with its shrunken bone knives. The transformed child found the 5 Sons demon troublesome. Due to special rituals, the 5 Sons demon was unaffected by the Wan Yao banner's restrictions. Without specific demon-subduing artifacts or killing its master, the 5 Sons demon was nearly indestructible, able to regenerate no matter how many times it was shattered. The Wan Yao banner, though formidable against human cultivators, struggled against such powerful demons. Despite having other abilities that could potentially deal with it, the transformed child could not easily subdue the 5 Sons demon quickly. Seeing the skeleton charging, the old demon furrowed his brows and released black demonic energy from the banner to entangle the skeleton, while still focusing 6 parts of his divine sense on Han Li. Meanwhile, Han Li stood with his humanoid puppet, his expression uncertain, not making a move. The silver-robed woman also remained motionless on the high platform, wary of giving Han Li an opportunity to escape through the teleportation array. The Ice Phoenix understood that the 2 smaller teleportation arrays were the only way to escape the hall. Han Li hesitated because he feared the Ice Phoenix's space-rending abilities. Despite his many methods, he couldn't immediately figure out how to repel the demon and escape safely. Just then, a burst of laughter came from the hall's center. "Ha ha, finally out. This time, I'm going to have some fun. Don't expect me to go back easily before I've had my fill." The laughter, though female, was rough and unpleasant. Startled, Han Li scanned the area with his divine sense, revealing a surprised expression. The woman who had been fighting the Ice Phoenix incarnations suddenly abandoned the battle and shot towards Han Li, leaving the 2 elders to deal with the Ice Phoenixes. Following her was a mass of green, ghostly energy, within which a female figure flickered, emitting the laughter. This is... Han Li sensed the powerful ghostly aura within the woman, revealing another late nascent soul stage entity, a formidable ghost cultivator. "Fellow Taoist Han, don't worry. I won't let them gang up on you. I'll lend you a hand. The woman suddenly said to Han Li. Han Li was speechless. It was clear she feared he might be killed by the two demons, leaving the Zayar Ajagong without support. Yet she pretended to be helping him. These 10-level demon cultivators initially came for the Zayar Ajagong. However, recognizing him, Han Li was slightly surprised but didn't argue. Having two late-stage cultivators helping him was advantageous, even if the Zayar Ajagong mistress's abilities were inferior to the two demons. The ghost cultivator in the green aura was formidable, giving Han Li a sense of great pressure, likely at the late nascent soul peak. Yellow Spring's ghost mother, is that you? How dare you meddle in my affairs? The transformed child shouted upon seeing the woman in the green aura. If it were your true form, I'd certainly avoid you. But as a mere wood essence incarnation, you don't scare me, the Yellow Springs ghost mother retorted, laughing fearlessly. The Yellow Springs ghost mother, the ghost cultivator who single-handedly destroyed several immortal sects. The silver-robed woman's expression changed, recognizing the infamous ghost cultivator. Remarkable, the ruler of the ice sea knows me. I heard you could have ascended to the deity transformation stage when I first became a ghost cultivator. Yet you remain at the 10th level, afraid of losing your essence in the imbalanced earthly energy. Suppressing your realm must be unbearable, and your longevity won't hold out much longer without progressing, the ghost cultivator taunted, revealing the silver-robed woman's greatest secret. The silver-robed woman's face darkened. Han Li gasped, understanding why the ice phoenix was so difficult to deal with. I didn't release you to chat, the woman coldly interrupted. Don't worry. Unless a deity transformation cultivator is here, protecting you is easy. But remember your promise. Forcing me out without a soul stone means you'll suffer from invading ghost energy, the Yellow Springs ghost mother warned. The woman's face darkened, but said nothing. In moments, she and the ghost cultivator arrived near the platform, forming a three-way standoff with Han Li and the two demons. Brother Han, how about we join forces to eliminate the Ice Sea ruler? The woman asked warmly. Sure, I have no objections, Han Li replied nonchalantly. The woman was delighted, but as she prepared to attack, the silver-robed woman coldly laughed and raised her hand, sending a blinding white streak toward a smaller teleportation array, slicing it in half with a loud boom. Han Li and the woman's faces changed. If you plan to attack, I'll destroy the other array too, the silver-robed woman warned, glancing at them. What do you mean? If you destroy the arrays, you can't leave the hall either, the woman said, feigning calm. Have you forgotten how I entered the hall? The silver-robed woman laughed, her demeanor both charming and icy. Han Li's expression turned grim. Fellow Taoist Han, don't worry. Even if the arrays are destroyed, we can break the restrictions and leave through the main door with some effort, the woman assured. Han Li frowned, his expression uncertain. If he hadn't killed the Zayar Ajagong's 3 cold flame cultivators in the Xuanyu cave, He might have joined forces with the woman to defeat the demons and find a way out. But now, with the Zaya Ajigong likely aware of the cave's disturbance, he couldn't afford to delay. The woman noticed Han Li's hesitation and realized something was wrong, her heart sinking. Seeing only Han Li here, without the other nascent soul cultivators who entered the Xuan Yu cave, she had suspected something was amiss. Yet, with the enemy before her, she pretended not to notice. However, her expression turned grim as she transmitted a message. The Yellow Springs ghost mother's form blurred within the green fog, sending a fine green thread shooting silently toward the silver-robed woman. Though the thread was well hidden, the Ice Phoenix noticed, letting out a shout. "How dare you!" The demon flicked her fingers, sending 5 white sword energies at the remaining teleportation array. The 4-winged centipede also lowered its head, spewing white frost to engulf the array. Chapter 11:20, The Battle of Teleportation. Han Li's expression changed upon witnessing the scene. Suddenly, thunder roared behind him, and he transformed into a silver arc, disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, in the low sky above the attacked teleportation array, a green light flashed, and a woman cloaked in green mist appeared. It was none other than the Yellow Spring Ghost Mother. Seeing the 5-sword chi and cold air approaching, the woman sneered sinisterly. She casually raised her hands, making a light, seemingly effortless gesture. The 5-sword chi shattered inch by inch, dissolving into nothingness a few feet away. As for the cold air descending from above, it seemed to encounter an invisible force, and after a brief pause was repelled back, causing the 4-winged centipede to scramble in disarray. At that moment, amid flashes of silver light, Han Li reappeared within the smaller teleportation array. Without hesitation, he struck the edge of the array with a spell and quickly formed a seal with his other hand, chanting low incantations. Almost simultaneously, a humanoid puppet appeared closely behind Han Li. It held a red bow and unleashed a barrage of fire arrows towards the silver-robed woman like a storm. In the distance, the skull fiercely attacking the child suddenly transformed into 5 ghost heads without any warning and disappeared amidst surging demonic energy. The next moment, 5 wisps of gray-white chi emerged above Han Li's head, reforming into the 5 ghost heads. Han Li had forcibly recalled them with a spell. At this moment, the entire teleportation array began to glow with white light, having been activated. Standing within it, Han Li fixed his gaze on the silver-robed woman, his face tense with seriousness. Everything happened in a flash. Han Li's actions clearly took both the beautiful woman and the silver-robed woman by surprise, catching them off guard. The beautiful woman's face changed dramatically. Without a word, she transformed into a silver rainbow, shooting forward while shouting, "Destroy the array, don't let him escape." Although she didn't specify who she was addressing, it was obvious that she was referring to Han Li standing in the array. Regardless of whether Han Li truly posed a threat, Letting him escape would mean the palace master of the little extreme palace, even with the assistance of the yellow spring ghost mother, would not be able to handle two major beasts simultaneously. Hovering in the air, the yellow spring ghost mother sneered and opened her mouth, preparing to cast a spell towards the array below. At this moment, Han Li suddenly raised his hand, revealing a greenish wooden ruler with a faintly blossoming silver lotus. A beam of 7-colored Buddhist light shot upward. A Buddhist treasure. The yellow spring ghost mother, previously indifferent, screamed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, transforming into a green thread and disappearing instantly. By then, the entire array was glowing white. Although the beautiful woman's light was fast, it was clearly too late. A hint of joy appeared on Han Li's face, but it quickly turned to alarm. From within the storm of fire arrows, the silver-robed woman suddenly tore open the space and vanished. Han Li's heart sank, but he was prepared. His body spun, releasing countless golden sword chi, making him resemble a golden hedgehog. If the 10th level ice phoenix dared to appear near the array, it would be enveloped by the sword chi, forced to defend itself and unable to stop Han Li from teleporting. To Han Li's surprise, the silver-robed woman did not appear within the sword chi, but instead materialized 20 feet away above a much larger array. She smirked coldly, emitting a blinding white light, and made a grasping motion towards Han Li. Above Han Li's head, the space distorted, and a semi-transparent giant halo appeared, slowly descending. Han Li's face darkened, and he directed his golden sword chi towards the sky, filling the area above with blinding light and the sound of swords slicing through the air. A strange scene unfolded. The golden sword chi passed through the transparent halo as if it were an illusion, having no effect. Startled, Han Li prepared to use the 8-spirit ruler to stop the descending halo. The silver-robed woman's face turned pale as she closed her fingers and slowly pulled back, as if dragging a heavy object. The halo in the sky flickered and disappeared, only to reappear above Han Li, enveloping the entire teleportation array. Han Li's mind raced, but before he could react, a buzzing sound filled the air and white light flashed around him. Han Li vanished from the small teleportation array, along with the 5 ghost heads and the humanoid puppet. The teleportation array was suddenly empty, and the white light ceased. The strange event caused the little extreme palace's palace master to halt in midair, looking puzzled towards the silver-robed woman to understand what had happened. The ice phoenix in human form, still pulling back her hand, had a flushed face and flickering white light, clearly struggling. Seeing this, the beautiful woman hesitated no longer. She waved her hand, sending out over a dozen sharp silver needles towards the silver-robed woman. The silver-robed woman, furious but unable to defend herself while maintaining her secret art, had no choice but to release her grip, sending the giant halo towards the larger array. With a loud bang, Han Li, the puppet, and the 5 ghost heads reappeared in the larger array as the halo dissipated. Han Li wavered, still dizzy from the unexpected spatial shift. The silver-robed woman quickly released a blue robe to block the silver needles, then sent a swarm of crystalline flying swords towards Han Li, covering him in a storm of sword light. Han Li steadied himself, spitting out an ancient-looking small cauldron. The cauldron spun, emitting countless fine green threads that formed a giant light net around Han Li. The 5 ghost heads, shrieking, spat gray-white demonic energy to break through the sword light, while the humanoid puppet disappeared. Meanwhile, the child, now free from an opponent, raised the myriad demon banner again. The banner expanded, spewing black demonic beast shadows. Han Li, ignoring this, spread his wind thunder wings, preparing to use his lightning escape technique to return to the small array. Though he had missed the best chance to teleport, he needed to control the array to prevent its destruction. But just as Han Li thought he would have to continue fighting the 2 beasts and the little extreme palace cultivators, an unexpected event occurred. The void sky cauldron, emitting countless green threads, suddenly trembled and shone brightly, severing Han Li's connection with it. The green threads fell into the larger array, disappearing. The array emitted a rumbling noise, glowing with a green light and forming a protective barrier around Han Li and the ghost heads. The void sky cauldron. The little extreme palace's palace master exclaimed in disbelief, abandoning her attack on the silver-robed woman to madly send 10 silver rays towards Han Li's array. The silver-robed woman, equally stunned, quickly released a storm of crystalline swords to prevent Han Li's escape. But the green barrier was impervious, leaving the 2 women dumbfounded. Han Li, also inside, tried to break through with his golden flying swords but failed.